Okay, we are on. We're ready to go here. This is Tuesday, December 10th, and this is a joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board. Welcome, everybody. We just had our exec session with them, and we're enjoying the lunch they've brought us.
Thank you.
So thank you. You're always welcome when you bring food, if that was you. Up first, we've got the North Star commercial permitting update. Lindsay, Gary.
I'm Lindsay Utter, Planning and Outreach Manager. She's also our Stewardship and Outreach Coordinator, and she's also responsible for the lovely calendars. Thank you, Janet. Which are live, and everybody should get one. We are here just to check in and update everyone on the 2020 North Star permitting changes and tweaks. Just to kind of look back in time, if everyone recalls, the 2000 management plan for North Star had one operator that had been essentially grandfathered into the system. So when the 2015 management plan update happened, we were at this point where essentially we either needed to have the competitive bid system or allow multiple operators to apply to operate at North Star. And so that's what we did. And what we did in 2015 was add some rules and regs on top of that, because in the 2000 plan, all it said was one operator. It didn't have any regulations about trip size or where you park, things like that. And so in 2015, we allowed multiple operators to apply for a permit to operate at North Star, and then with that had regulations about trip size or how and when and what the operations looked like. And so every year there's been a little bit of a tweak and evolution. This year, 2020, has some more major tweaks, kind of in response to behaviors in 2019. And we kind of wanted just to check in and make sure everyone was aware of what 2020's permits might look like. And keeping in mind, of course, that we're going through a management plan update. So the anticipation would be that in 2021, we may have a totally different system again for how operators, in particular the river use at North Star, how it looks. We always say that the commercial operators should be the best examples, and they should be emulating the best behavior and the best advocates for the open space. And if that's not the case, then we really need to evaluate what's going on. In this year in particular, the next evolution, we have just seen a shift in use on how operators are using North Star, kind of a transition from led or guided trips to more of shuttle operators. And we're also seeing a little bit of the abuse of the system with that. And so the updates in 2020 respond to some of that we've seen. This is also a little bit of a stronger partnership with the Forest Service. Some of the dates in the past we weren't mirroring the dates that the Forest Service had as hard dates. So we met with the forest at the end of the season, looked at what dates made sense and having hard deadlines and hard dates for the operators. And then also, this is just going to help Janet do her job, having a little bit more backing on rules and regs and when things are due, as well as the rangers in the field and the naturalists on site, so that everyone's empowered to know these are the groups that are permitted at North Star and this is what they should be doing. And if you don't see that happening, that everyone's empowered to report that, to let the rangers know that that's not the case. And with that comes some of the language around the policies for essentially consequences. In the past, we haven't had a 2 strikes and you're out system. So looking towards 2020, part of the updates include that if you get tickets at North Star as an operator, that your permit, you will not have a permit the next year. Again, some of this is a little bit of a response to some of the shift in behavior we've seen with operators. Does anybody have any questions about that part in general? So just to clarify, Wildwood is on National Forest. So again, that stronger partnership with the National Forest. If you're gonna have a commercial river trip at North Star, you actually are holding 2 permits. One's with the National Forest, one's with open space. So Wildwood's the most popular launch on the National Forest. Then you float through private property, and then you take out on open space properties. The caveat is that certain times of the year and season, people launch at Southgate, which is on open space.
Sorry, point again at Southgate.
Southgate's up here.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Patty? Yeah.
On the first page of your memo, on the second paragraph, it says limited commercial groups to 6 people, including the guide and instructor. Is that per day? Because I've heard from the people that I met with, the neighbors, that they may be abiding by that, but they have 4 groups of 6 people.
So in some of our changes this year, when it comes to launch timing, addresses that is a part of the system that's being abused. Essentially, is that your group size is not supposed to be bigger than 6. An intent on all that was, if you remember back in 2015, we were having like the major launch parties essentially, and the idea being that North Star should be a smaller, more intimate trip experience for many reasons. But essentially, this past year, we have heard the system's being abused by operators launching multiple trips so that they can meet up on the river. So in the regulation changes for 2020, we want to have essentially limiting them 1 launch per 60 minutes so that they can't
But
do
they
that.
could have as many launches a day, so they could have 10 trip loads, as long as they didn't launch within that 60-minute period of time.
Over 10 hours, essentially.
What I'm saying is, but.
Yeah,
so it
we're
could
not
be
limiting-
cumulative. So per day, it's really X amount, but per trip, it's Y amount.
What we're looking at is, the group size is still 6, which is in the management plan.
Right.
And so that could be updated for 2021. But in the permit, we're changing the language to say that you can only launch one group of
trip every
6
60
every 60 minutes.
I understand that.
So you,
But
1 hour.
every 1 hour, you can launch 1 trip of 6.
Right.
But you can launch the number of trips per day as long as they're 1 hour apart.
yeah.
Yes.
So one operator could have 5 trips a day. I don't know
Yeah.
the numbers figured out hours-wise. But as long as they were 1 hour apart and limited to 6 people per trip.
Correct. Right now, we're not limiting that.
That was the question the neighbors had is, we see these operators, 45 people on the water.
George and then Steve and then Amy.
Well, if it's on this topic, I have a different question. So you want to follow up on this one?
Mine was more just about shuttles.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you could explain, you said some people were abusing or the outfitters were acting more as a shuttle, and are you saying that as a problem, or?
It's not necessarily a problem. It's just kind of a shift in use so that we need to respond differently with, if you don't have a guide on the water with you, that the operator is making sure their clientele are very prepared to be on the water.
Okay.
Right
So
now,
there-
we're not requiring a guide. That's definitely been brought up as an idea if that were a problem in the future.
Yeah. Because I guess I just saw shuttles as actually a good thing. Like if somebody is
Yeah.
providing a shuttle, then there's
Less cars.
parking out there, and the parking is the biggest piece out there that I see as, or one of the bigger pieces that's problematic. So I just didn't know how you viewed that.
But then you don't
Okay.
have a guide that's keeping the tourists in line then. That's the downside, yeah? No?
I mean, there's plenty of well-behaved tourists. It's just a matter of responsibility of the company to make sure that their clientele are ready and prepared and understand what the trip is and what they're doing out there.
But are those operators who are generally anybody could shuttle up there and drop people off?
Not if you're getting paid for it. If you're getting paid for it, you need a permit from Open Space and Trails.
Even if you're just shuttling people up and dropping them off?
Correct, yeah.
If it's a commercial.
Because the
Like-
neighbors up there also want a shuttle service. That's what my query. They want,
We need to be permitted.
nobody can drive up there, everybody has to be shuttled.
Well, that would be a commercial. That would be a commercial. I mean,
Permit.
anything is commercial use, it would be under this system. And the reality is we're reacting now, considering the management plan is not gonna be adopted until next year. We wanna make sure that all of this gets in place as soon as possible, because it's now that we're taking all of the applications in
Yeah.
for next year,
But
and that's
this
why.
is just specific to the commercial operator applications. The other issues are gonna come up during the management plan
Correct.
discussion.
Yeah, I think it's just every year has been an evolution.
Okay.
So we're addressing different issues as they come up.
Steve and then Kelly and George, did you still want to?
Just keep me in the queue. I've got
Do you want me to, do you want me to finish going through my presentation, or do you want?
Probably come back and revisit some of this.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure,
Sorry, I
go
didn't mean to open up.
That's okay. No, I didn't, I'm happy to do it whatever way you guys prefer.
Question pertinent to the,
Well, looking at the map, since the map was up there, that triggered a thought in my head. The only piece of federal land there is right at the put-in. if that was not federal land but belonged to Pickens County Open Space and Trails, would that simplify the management of the whole North Star thing to not have this overlay of some federal regulations or things that,
Gary said he'll answer it.
Yeah. We have discussed how to do this with the Forest Service, and there are options. Obviously, there's the Small Tracts Act that has gone through Congress or is going through Congress, and that would be a way for the county to exchange small tracts for. Obviously, we have a lot of other tracts in the forest that we could potentially trade. So there's an option for that. Yes, of course, it makes it easier when one agency does all the permitting, but it's federal land. It's not going to magically happen overnight. So the great thing is we have a really good partnership right now with the Forest Service. So I think the reality is they could go off on their own and permit it any way they want, and it would probably could be different than what we're doing. But no, this district is working with us. We're going to have the same permitting. So yes, we could manage it differently if we owned it, but we're getting really good partnership with the forest. So
Okay. Kelly?
Just have a clarifying question on the shuttling. So if Smitty Limousine is delivering 6 people with their own paddle boards to the Wildwood put-in, are they required to have a commercial permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody that touches Wildwood or open space, that's a commercial operator getting paid to provide a service, needs a permit. And there's many things in the management plan that aren't allowed, like photography, for instance, but just talking about river use and access. So along with all this, of course, is the outreach at the end of it to make sure that everyone is aware that we have hard deadlines that you have to meet this coming year. In the past, it's been, and this is where some of those deadlines with the forest got misaligned, is that they have hard deadlines and we've allowed people to apply or continue to apply throughout the year. And so, yeah, looking at the schedule then, any other questions on the map, or should I?
Howie, you had your hand up.
Yeah. Well, I've got some questions about the information you provided us in your package. Are you gonna cover that
Yeah.
directly? Okay.
I'll keep going, how about, and then we can talk about it.
After you go through that, then maybe you'll answer my question.
Okay,
Right, you want George?
My turn.
okay.
My question is regarding the user fees. The user fees they go to the Forest Service?
I believe the forest has a separate, I'm not sure about the forest fees, frankly. Our fees, we have user fees. Similar things happen at users that take out rafters that are at Jaffe Park, is that it goes back into the system. So for North Star, for instance, we've upped presence, enforcement, signage, things like that. So we say it's to help offset the cost of managing the commercial operators on the property.
Right, but my question is, in the packet, you say user fees of $1.25 per client by November 30th. The user fee is unchanged, Who collects those? Is that Forest Service user fee based on number of people, or is it?
That's open space.
It's open space, okay.
Yeah.
Is the Forest Service collecting any user fees?
I don't know if what they do, honestly, with the fee
Like they
side.
would on.
it's under the general. They have to get a operator's permit from the Forest Service. So overall, they pay. I do not know if it's a specific per use fee, but they pay all those fees to the forest.
And then do those monies that the Forest Service collect, do they stay on the management plan for the North Star, since we are helping to pay for a ranger on there?
I doubt it.
No.
Forest Service officer?
No,
I don't know.
because it's not one of those. It's not like a entrance fee type of thing. It's not anything like that. So no, it's back into the overall general fund of the
Black
federal
hole in
government.
Washington.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Anyway.
Anybody else on this before you move on? I did want to say that I'd love to have a little conversation just about the number of permittees. How many, if we raise the bar on requirements for license holders to actually do this, would that be in any way helpful? Either make the requirements more stringent or limit the number of permit holders. We went from 1 to 5 to 11. Where can this go? And do we anticipate more people applying for licenses? And is that good or is it a bad thing? I'd love to hear what y'all.
I mean, part of the reason we're here today, I suppose, is to make sure the boards are in support, because the anticipation is we might lose some operators based upon a more stringent system. And that, you know, some of our longtime operators are maybe sometimes not our best example. So trying to get everybody to be good users, or maybe not, North Star is not the place for them to be operating.
Right. Certainly they could, if they're good users and they understand the system, they could actually be helpful toward
That's the goal.
enforcement.
Yeah,
I
they should-
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think
And some of them
it
are.
raises a lot
Some
of
of them
eyebrows.
are, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Kelly?
So on that note, on the 59 average users per day, do you have a sense of how many of those are through a guided or commercial trip?
So based on our 2 years of numbers, essentially 15% are guided trip users. And that really, that
8 out of 59.
yeah, and like that number is an average, of course. So busy days are much busier. Rainy days, there's nobody. So 2 years of data is not always, you know, we should be drawing major conclusions. But essentially, the 2 years of good data we have, 15% are commercial users.
Thank you.
One more for me, just on, we don't have any limit on the number of private people who can show up and all go together. So
No, and-
25 people in a private party could come in and party down the river together.
The private side of things right now is not regulated that way.
Right. Last thing I want to ask is just regarding keeping the quiet regulations. And certainly if we put this on all of our permit holders and make sure they understand that they're deputized in some fashion to enforce the rules and at least inform people of the rules, I could see how that could be helpful. I'm concerned, though, we're still going to get large groups of, whenever I've gone through, I wasn't sure there was a guide among people, but I've seen groups of 25 and 30 people having a great old time ignoring the rules. So I'm assuming there wasn't a licensed guide with them, but that's part of the problem, and I don't know if we're addressing that.
So, I mean, we're just focusing on the commercial operators, and so part of the regulations are that the commercial vessels need to have the operator's name on them, so it'll help inform that. So that part of the river management side will quickly start to understand, are these commercial trips or are these private trips? Are they a commercial trip and they linked up and now they're violating at 6? Things like that. Okay.
Private use will come up during the whole management plan.
Right.
So, just to follow on that point, what we're talking about here is 15% of the usage,
Correct.
right? So
Right.
we're not we haven't really come up with a plan how to manage 85%.
The management plan is currently being updated. The issue is that management plan is not going to be adopted till May. And in the current 2020 permit update, all those permittees are due March. So we want to clarify prior that the permittee regulations are changing.
Well, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but come usage season, there'll be your suggestion, this is the commercial permitting procedure, and then what will be the permitting procedure for the non-commercial operators, which represent 85% of the usage? Will that be guided by the forthcoming management plan?
Yes, but I will say the Forest Service is not open to creating a permit system for private users. We've asked them that question point blank. So right now I would say the anticipation would be that we are looking at managing the private side of things in a variety of other ways. But right now the forest is not open to doing a permitted system for the use of wildwood.
For the private side accessing through Wildwood.
Correct.
But back to Steve's comment, if they all access through the south
Gate.
Southgate.
south gate, we would have that ability.
If they only used open space, we would have more control.
We'd have more control.
But that's just not the case currently.
Okay.
Then they'll all go
That
to
cuts
one.
half of it out.
I know you're trying to continue, but I think maybe Patty brought it up. What's been the rationale and the logic to deciding why we've increased the number of commercial operators from 6 to 11 in the last 6 years? Are we operating on a maximum? Are we operating on some relationship of commercial operators to experience on the river, length of river? Why did we decide to go from 6 to 11?
The issue in 2015 was that we had one operator that had been grandfathered into the system that actually wasn't even getting a permit at the time.
Okay.
He was
been
operating, and it was questionably legal if the county should be allowed to do that. And so then it came up, do we have a competitive bid process to select, or do we open it up to other operators but regulate the number and size and all that? And that's the direction we went in 2015. Not to say that that can't change, but as long as it's competitive, not speaking for the attorneys wherever they are, but that was the concern at the time. And so at the time, he wasn't regulated on trip size or users where they parked, things like that.
Well, and
So-
also,
Well, we went from 1 to 6 for competitive bidding, and then we went from 6 to 11.
So that's just who's applied every year. So some of those,
Are we
You
operating
set the
with?
number, they set the number. The users are the ones who applied. We didn't say we'll accept 11 applications.
Right.
We received 11.
correct.
Well, no, but the
We
flip side
haven't
of
capped
that.
it.
That's the, yeah.
Well, we haven't yet said that there's a maximum, or there's a limit to the number of commercial
Correct.
operators.
We have not capped it.
Is that part of your thought process or not?
We have not specifically discussed that.
Okay.
Because they're currently, it's back to the debate. Do you want to encourage the good users and the good example? Because the anticipation, of course, would be that those users are going to find a different way to be on the river. So I think that's a good conversation that probably will be occurring in the future, but that's not what we've talked about to date.
well, and also one of the things is due to Wildwood being in the forest, we have to be very aware that their regulations might not mix with us saying only 2 operators or 3 operators, because in the past, they have a commercial operator, anyone can apply. So we're trying to mesh this whole thing together with 2 different agencies. I think during the management plan process, it's something to think about, but just remember that we have Forest Service and Pickens County. And the reality is if you look at this, if you put it on a forest, you can go past North Star and then take out on CDOT. And so that could be even more of a disaster. So for us we're trying to work with everybody to be equitable, but also realistic of the jurisdictional boundaries.
But to stay on that point, Gary, if I understand it, if 15 applications are submitted, and let's say they're all equally good, are we obligated to take 15? by
The current
virtue of the
system
fact
is
that
not capped, yeah. We would have 15 operators on
we would.
Correct. Right now, there's no cap. That's why in the management plan iteration, let's see where that goes, and and then also we need to check in with our partners on how that would work. If we got the Forest Service to agree with us on the size limit, and so that was a huge step in the right direction, because in the past they had some size limits, but it wasn't 6. It was a lot more. So in the end, a lot of these questions I would stick to, let's get a permit system in place for this year, and it's more restrictive, and it's definitely going to start to weed out the bad operators. We're going to see a change because we're enforcing things differently now. And then in the management plan process, you can get more.
2
Patty,
things real quick. If we were to limit the number, we'd have to do a competitive bid process.
That's my understanding, correct?
That would be one. The second one is, if somebody has 2 violations in a season, we can pull their permit for that season.
Correct,
And we can say you can't apply next season.
correct.
So Howie, that'll help us too during this next year. If we have people who apply who are not good operators and they violate twice, they're done for the year. So we're gonna be keeping a close eye on that now with our ranger increase and with reporting systems, so that it's not, oh, you just can't apply next year, you're done for this year. So I think that will be a case of either they play by the rules really well, which would be great, or they're not on the water, which,
Maybe.
yeah.
Seems to
To
me
be
that
continued.
this seems like a good step. I'm concerned about the number of operators. I love the idea of negotiating with the Forest Service for a trade. I think it'd be great if we had fewer players on this stretch of river.
What do you mean negotiating for a trade? In land?
With the Wildwood put in.
Do we want to own Wildwood School?
not the school.
It's on the
Uh,
property.
It's on force, but
See, that, I mean,
Well, so
that's why it's a
worth
bigger discussion overall, and we're not, you know how long those took. I
Yeah,
mean,
Right.
5 years
Patty
to a
was there,
land
it was
exchange.
like a 10-year process, so
Good, we start now?
well, we've been in discussions with them to even get there, and there's a possibility, but we gotta manage things today, knowing that we're not magically gonna come to a resolution on that for a little while.
I was suggesting that it's worth pursuing at least.
Well,
Wait.
the new bill that Bennett just recently passed allows the Forest Service to lease their land, not sell it, not trade it, but to do a lease on it.
Look, that's enhanced use leasing, and that's a little different those are for administrative parcels. That is not necessarily for this type of parcel, because we were looking at that for the Forest Service office, and that it's a possibility on administrative parcels. This is not designated an administrative parcel, but it is a small tract. So there is a possibility for a land exchange under it, but we would have to potentially either do a special use permit or something else to have more control. And we're gonna bring all of that information and move forward, basically on your recommendations as we explore that more as we move forward. But yes, I can explain more enhanced use leasing as.
I can clarify a little bit. We have been talking to the Forest Service in preparation for the management plan update about what are the tools we can use to get a seamless system, knowing that a land exchange would take a decade. So there are ways the forest is willing to work with us through different agreements to achieve seamless rules and regulations through management. But there'll be the near-term solution. The long-term solution could be looking at land management and ownership.
Steve?
So having the commercial use only 15% of the total use, and they're dropping the people off and picking them up there, I presume that solves a lot of the parking problem because their vehicles aren't left there. This is just a minor part of the whole overuse problem at the North Star. So whether it's 11 permittees for this, to me is not too much, because it's really not the problem. Now my question is, when they take clients up there and the clients kind of learn the ropes, how to go on the river, and then they enjoy it, how many of them then become repeat visitors on just private trips or not? Are they all tourists from out of town? Do we have any survey that show?
We've asked the operators to share a current survey that's open with their clientele. I don't know how successful we'll see that's been, but we don't have facts from them or data on their clientele, and then we definitely don't know if those clients come back as a private voter.
I would think there's probably are some who become just private users of it because they enjoyed it. They figured out they can do it without going through the outfitter.
I don't know.
Kelly, did you have a question? No? Okay. Wait.
I've got a couple, since we're just kind of going free-for-all here.
You gotta use your mic.
It's on.
Is it on?
On.
Oh, it's on.
I turned it back on. What's the basis for the $1.25 fee per client? Is that just,
It was matching other river use numbers. Looking at Janet.
It was what we had for Jaffe.
okay. So that, with the new management plan, that could go up,
Yeah, we could change that.
especially if it's going back to funding things at North Star. My other question is, how many violations have been actually issued in the previous years?
So Price pulled all that for us. 2016 was the first year we had, so just looking at commercial numbers, 2016 there was 1 violation, 2017 there were none, 2018 there was only 1, 2019 there were 7. And last year in particular just seemed like
It ramped up.
it was, the shift in I don't want to use the word abuse, but just the commercial operators should be the best user, and we seem to be straying from that a little bit. So trying to encourage that again. And I think.
Did I hear you say there that the commercial users are the source of the problem?
No, that is not what I said.
Thank you.
No, they're just, they're not the source of the problem, it's just that we haven't seen the compliance with the regulations as much last year as the years before.
Thank you.
We
So
were
we're
just
trying to
sliding.
get back to that.
And I think part of that, you know, what your packet said or what my rest of your presentation would be is that having more enforcement capabilities out there will help us to help guide that. In the past, we haven't had anything around losing your permit. That was very gray. Their vessels didn't have to be labeled, their vehicles didn't have to be labeled. So there were a lot of things that allowed people to kind of operate in the gray. And now it empowers our rangers or the people on site to be more informed. The other thing is the Forest Service has requirements, and we're carrying that into next year, that whoever's permitted is posted on site, so that if you are a person there and you see commercial operation pull up, you know who's permitted or not, or as a user, you know if you're on a permit operation that's permitted or not. So there's some things like that that will help enforcement.
I agree with all those changes. I think it's
Can I just add
wise.
to that real quick?
I've got, yeah, but
how-
I've
how
got
many
one
for-
other thing.
Wait, I'll go, no, for 19, for this, 2019 had how many?
7.
And were any of that, we didn't have the 2 strikes and you're out for last
We
year?
didn't have that rule.
Okay, right, that's all I wanted to make.
And on that 2 strikes or you're out, the one suggestion I would have is to add a it's notice of the consequences after the first violation to a commercial operator.
Okay.
As one of the steps, since it's laid out pretty well, you want to, if somebody gets a violation, you
Make
want
sure
to
they-
notify them that one more and you don't have a permit, plus you don't have a permit next year, so that they know that if they screw up
They
once.
if they didn't read the fine print.
Right.
They're reminded of the fine print and
Or
the
if somebody
consequence of
didn't
that.
tell them they got fined, they got a violation.
Right, yeah, if one of your guides
Yeah, one of your
didn't say.
guides might say, I did not report that to your boss, and all of a sudden he doesn't have a permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kat.
now Keep going. You
Okay.
still have a presentation, right?
I can just continue the highlights. I think the thing about the calendar, the schedule, again, we haven't in the past had hard deadlines. The Forest Service has. So what we've done, working with the forest this year, is that our hard deadline is March 1st. The forest is March 15th. If you don't have a permit from us, you don't get a permit with them. If you don't get a permit with them, your permit with us is done. You have to have both permits to start the season. So that's the first thing. Then it comes for open space, the reporting numbers at the end of the year and those hard deadlines. If you don't report within those deadlines and pay your fees within those deadlines, you don't get a permit for the next year. And a lot of that is just cleaning it up and making it clear, because sometimes it's difficult to get people in the system. Looking towards, we've discussed a lot of these changes already. We were having some different requirements about how they report, that we're asking them to report whether it was shuttled or guided trips and the launch location. In the past, we haven't required that. The amount of emails and things that we send as reminders is in there as a clarification, so that Janet isn't held responsible for chasing people when the deadlines approach. The 2 citations and you're done for that year and the remainder of that year and the following year. And if you lose our permit, you lose the Forest Service permit. So again, as Gary pointed out, there's ways to work the system that you never hit open space. But you need a permit from the forest. And so if you lose us, you lose them. Again, working towards a seamless system. The one thing maybe to also highlight is the mandatory low water closure at 75 CFS. We've been experimenting with that and what that number should be. Last year we had 45. Again, keeping in mind this is for Wildwood. That we thought, and at the end of this year, was way too low, so we increased that to 75. As you guys are aware, certain water flows in there, you start to hit the bottom, that's when we see more trespass issues. So working with the commercial operators, that when it hits 75 this year, that you're no longer launching at Wildwood.
Lindsay, on that, what about the other 85%? Will they be guided by the same 75 CFS?
We can't make it, what we can do with the forest is say that there's a voluntary closure make voluntary the fine print and say there is a hard closure or there is a closure at Wildwood because of 75 CFS. The Forest Service does not have a regulation saying that, so it's voluntary for private.
But mandatory for commercial.
Correct. We can continue to work on that. It's just right now they don't have that regulation in their system. So
Okay.
I would say they're very supportive of all this and working with us. It's just, you know,
What they can do or what they can't do.
They don't have 5 people we can go to that magically can change the regulation.
right. And then, like we mentioned already, the regulations that the vehicles must be labeled, the vessels must be labeled. You, as an operator, need to show up ready to launch, not show up and be pumping up the paddle boards and handing out coffee. You show up, you launch your clients, and you leave. And that the operators are only allowed one group, so maximum of 6 people within a 60-minute window. Again, that particular thing was abused a bit, or assumed to be abused a bit this year. So, other questions?
And they have to have a Colorado outfitter's license also on top of everything else.
No, they don't.
I thought I just read that somewhere.
We're matching some of the regulations with that, but they aren't required.
Permit regulations, Colorado River outfitter's license per state regs.
And the first state reg is that
Insurance?
paddleboarding operations don't fall under it.
Oh.
If you were taking a raft with your
Okay,
clients
so
in a
that's-
boat,
that's-
it would apply.
So that should say applies to rafting only, or whatever.
Michael?
I'd like to ask this question of whoever on staff is closest to this problem, even if maybe if you're a river ranger, for example. I'd like you to pipe up it. I don't see this problem because I don't come up to the big city here much anymore. So I don't know it. I don't know what's going on with it. I'd like to get a sense for the bigger picture. And tell me if one of these 2 scenarios is accurate. Scenario number 1 is, we've had some problems in the past. We've now got a pretty good grip on what it's going to take to fix it. And as soon as we institute these regulations and plans, we'll have a pretty good handle and be able to pretty much solve the problem. That's scenario number 1. Scenario number 2 is, this is a burgeoning problem. There's going to be a lot more people on the river in the near-term future, and we're not sure where it's going.
I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah, I think Lindsay can speak to that most accurately.
I mean, it's a combination, really. I think no matter whatever we do, there's always the system to figure out how to game it, right? That's always going to be a thing. But in the past, I think some of our weaknesses have been that we don't have we didn't have the stronger language empowering us to be harder on enforcement. I think that's been something that has been a problem, and hopefully we're getting closer to that.
Would tasers help?
Tasers in water? I don't know.
That'd be much more effective.
But I think in general, like it's been pointed out, we aren't capping the commercial use with the current system. And how that evolves in the future is to be
It's only
determined.
15%, so we've got that 85% that's unlimited
Right.
expansion potential.
And if we aren't limiting the private, it's that conversation around people are using a shuttle. That's a good thing. Unless we are looking at limiting every user, it seems like, again, commercial operators can be our best advocates and best users.
So the obvious follow-up question then is, let's assume for a moment the second scenario, just as a hypothesis, not as an assumption, and that 5-10 years out, this continues to be a significantly increasing problem. Are there other more aggressive solutions that will avert North Star getting thoroughly screwed up?
I mean, your second scenario, repeat your second scenario again.
The second scenario is that the pressure on this section of the river continues to increase significantly each year.
I think that there's a couple things to look at when managing North Star. One is right now we have 4 or 5 different jurisdictions, if you look at it that way.
Yep.
Forest Service has been a great partner in the future. If that continues to evolve with us having a bigger, I don't know, some sort of agreement on the management of wildwood, that changes that situation a little bit. We're working on a similar deal with CDOT and the state. Currently, we don't have that agreement with the state. And so once we have a more seamless system, I think that empowers us to be able to enforce and have seamless regulations. Currently, we don't, and that's a hard thing, that where we get caught on the highway right now is probably our bigger problem.
Expect
but-
we get caught on the highway, that's a bigger problem, so.
Caught meaning like we don't have, everybody thinks of like North Star as this open space asset. It's not. It's Forest Service. The state actually manages the water.
Regardless
goes
of
through
what
private.
OST thinks, CDOT can allow unlimited access by default through its ownership.
Correct, but we are working with them on that, and we have been. So
That's the parking issue.
right,
on
the parking
highway.
issues that we've had in the last few years. So again, in 2015, Wildwood's parking was really the hottest topic. And frankly, that, through partnership with the forest, a lot of that's been alleviated. Not to say that you won't have a problem there once in a while, absolutely. We'll have problems there still, but it's not, the bus can't get down the road problems. And then a lot of that maybe has transferred to other lots and other locations, and that's what we're working on now with CDOT.
So can I just real quick to tell Michael, we had a East of Aspen caucus meeting that was very interesting, and we had CPW was there to help with wildlife issues, CDOT was there, the county sheriff was there, I was
Excellent.
there, Open Space and Trails was there, and we actually made a quick change with CDOT for some more signage. So CDOT's also being a really good partner. CPW was looking at the moose issues, and they've dealt with neighbors up there a lot. Neighbors who have had more issues than anybody using the river. So there's been some really good efforts as far as bringing in the entities, not just to this table, but to the neighbors when the caucus has concerns. And hopefully they'll be, I know they'll be part of this, the revision of the master plan, the management plan up there. So that's part of the discussion. Will be part of the discussion.
So just, thank you, Patty, just to wrap my point, and I'm saying this kind of for the record, it seems at minimum highly likely that this will get a lot worse in the next 5 to 30 years.
I don't think so.
No, actually, I think it's gonna, all the steps you're taking, you know, between the CDOT agreement, the lease agreement, the Forest Service Forest Protection Officer, all of these steps have helped. And they just haven't all happened at once.
Right.
And so as these get implemented, we're also having good conversations with the sheriff's office. They're gonna help with enforcement of parking at the takeout, and especially at the beginning of next year. And so as we start alleviating some of these parking issues, and we alleviate the commercial operators, you know, some of the stuff that they've been doing, I think you're gonna see it limits the use overall. The good thing is, and one of the things that we've noticed is, we do natural resources studies on North Star a ton, and we have not seen any decline in the overall natural resources of North Star. So this is a social issue, and this is a river crowding issue. And yes, the herons have moved, but they move anyway. So it's not necessarily just because of this river use. So I look at this as we're taking steps to manage the use without eliminating the use, because it is loved by people. People, you'll see it in the survey, people love to be out at North Star. They love to use it. You sent us a really cool picture of you out there when you were a kid. I take my kid out there. I mean, it's amazing, but we just can do more, and we need to do more to alleviate this. I do see the use is going to increase. I mean, that's just part of it. But when you manage the parking and you manage these things, they might have to take shuttles more, and that actually is a good thing with less parking. So, you know, we can do more because it's not fully managed now, and it's kind of chaotic in certain areas. I think we're working that way, and the good thing is we'll update these management plans every 5 years. And you know, we updated the first one 5 years ago, and we did a lot of good things, but not everything. And so this one will have more. And then hopefully working with the Forest Service, CDOT, the state will do more. So
Great, that sounds more like scenario number one. Appreciate
it
that.
is. I think it is going
And
to
I think
be.
I'm also hearing, which is what's most important, is that whatever mess there is now is not overflowing into the south side of the river.
Has not.
No.
No, that's the amazing part is that people are thinking it is, but we're not seeing it. All our wildlife consultants and vegetation consultants, there are people that get off and do things, but it's not many. And really, truly, we're going to work on it even more to make sure it's nobody. And so far, through the educational campaigns that Lindsay and staff have been doing, I think overall it's been better. It's just that, yes, there's a parking issue, and I know some of those neighbors, they have a right to be a little upset because it's kind of it's a nightmare out there, and we're working to address that. The amazing part is because it's not all Pitkin County, it ends up being mostly Pitkin County dealing with it.
Yeah.
And I think you guys have stepped up with any funding that staff has asked for to make major improvements out there. And I think it's helped. It's just not fully there yet.
Great. Thank you, that's excellent.
Yeah, just real quick on the shuttle. I think it'd be interesting to know how many shuttles are just servicing, bringing people up there and dropping them off. Because that is something we want to encourage, because that will help alleviate the parking. And that's what the neighborhood caucus, the East of Aspen caucus, was hoping for, was a shuttle service, much like Hanging Lake, but this one would be provided by the private providers, private shuttle services, rather than the county trying to set up a program like the Hanging Lake bus service. So I would be interested if we could know that, how many people apply but don't actually use the river, they just shuttle people, like Smitty, for
Which
an example.
we'll get that
That would be great.
starting
info.
this year, shuttled versus a guided trip.
That would be great to know.
Okay, we've got Kelly and then Gary. We started late, so we're going to go over our
Okay.
end time here a little bit for your next thing. But this, I apologize, I didn't give us an hour for this. I think that it merited it, and I'm sorry I missed that.
We'll have
Kelly?
opportunity to talk in the spring on this one.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that'll be good.
There's a lot more
But
opportunity.
I will just note, based on Michael's comments, there's sort of, I think, rising concern that we hear on our board about increasing recreation with sort of decreasing ethic towards use. And, it sounds like this is a great opportunity to display how that can be best balanced if we're not seeing negative effects to the resource we're trying to protect. And then I just wonder, can you talk a little bit about when you mention moose closures and what that looks like in terms of how the commercial operators are informed or how users are informed, since that is something that I guess we'll be monitoring them for compliance.
So last year was the first year with moose as well. And CPW can, for health and safety reasons, close the river if there's a dangerous moose. So I can let Price speak up about that. If that happens, we put the information out.
So that's a CPW decision that we then relay through our channels.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on health and human safety. Keeping that in mind, there's moose all over North Star. People float by moose every day on North Star. So seeing the moose doesn't necessarily necessitate the river closure. It's if it's an aggressive moose or there's been an incident.
Thanks.
I wanted to say that I appreciate seeing the rules that with the commercial operators recorded with the management plan, no glass containers. That's part of the deal. No dogs. I see people with their dog. They think it's great to take their dog on their paddleboard. I just don't think that's a good fit.
It's
up
commercial
there.
use.
That's on commercial. So if the commercial use is prohibited from bringing pets, thank you for including that. Now if we can just get the general public to get this as well. No amplified music. I would say amp music or, PA. I was thinking if there's somebody trying to corral their group and they have a walkie-talkie or a bullhorn, we want to make sure that's not included as well. I want to make sure that we're trying to keep things under control and quiet. And so I really appreciate having those in this plan. And if there's a way we can extend that in the general master plan, certainly I would appreciate that.
Those are currently in the overall management plan. Some of the issues, again, run into with the Forest Service and not having seamless regulations, which we have a we've looked at an agreement we could have in place next summer for having seamless regulations, which could help with some of that.
And does navigable waterways, state law regarding waterways prohibits us from controlling some of this as well?
I think that there is gray area in there sometimes when it comes to.
Ignore the gray areas. Last thing regarding moose. Moose is a big deal. I was up there last year when there were 2 or 3 huge beaver dams that were just incredible works of engineering. And then they were gone. And I think you said they washed out naturally. Somebody else told me they thought some outfitters were helping that process along. I'd like to make sure that that doesn't happen. If they wash out naturally, great. But if they're there, I'd rather see the beavers using it, quite honestly. So,
We're
and it's
watching the
a
beavers.
hazard. It becomes a hazard for the rafters. Just trying to think, we need to make sure we understand the rules on all of that. I think that's it. Someday I'd love to see us get a piece of those fees and maybe raise them to an appropriate level. I think parity with Jaffe Park doesn't quite make sense to me, but maybe it does to you. You know, it's a bigger asset that requires more management, as near as I can tell. So perhaps the fees could go up sometime. We should consider that. Sorry, I'll
Well, let's
recognize-
continue on that, then another question. Yeah, the management requirements are so much greater than they are at the Upper Woody Creek Bridge and down. I would think that the per user fee of $1.25, that could be increased to provide funding for a seasonal staff person for increased oversight enforcement. Would that be a benefit to you and your objectives?
I mean, the explanation for user fees in the past has been that it's offsetting the impacts of commercial use. So at Jaffe, for instance, we built the commercial operators a boat ramp. They have 2 outhouses. At North Star, those sorts of infrastructure improvements are not present. But if we were to have a ranger that was dedicated to management of commercial operators at North Star or something, that's a different conversation. We don't currently have that. Versus the general North Star presence of private individuals, which are the majority users.
Well, I understand that, and I think Greg makes a legitimate point. Just because you do it at one pricing at Jaffe doesn't mean that should be the standard pricing up and down the river. So you might want to look at that, though, if it's not too late. Back to the dog issue, and I certainly appreciate the conundrum you're in. You can enforce no dogs on commercial trips, right?
By a partnership with the Forest Service permit language, yes.
Okay, through the parks. But for private individuals getting on the river, they can take dogs.
They can launch out wild with a dog.
With a dog.
They can get a ticket when they hit ground on North Star.
They get a ticket.
No,
If you have a dog at North Star, you're not allowed.
right.
You'd have to
With
go
the
all the way
takeout.
down to the
Except at
bridge,
the takeout.
to the preserved bridge to get out on
Correct.
CDOT property.
No.
I mean, this is an example of the intricacies that
Yeah.
you have to deal with. But I thought Forest Service also had rules that dogs had to either be on leash or something when you're walking through Forest Service trails and other properties.
Wilderness, you have to
Wilderness-
have a leash dog.
Only in
That's-
wilderness, not in
correct.
regular forest.
There might be like at the Bells, there might be a rule or something, but wilderness boundary is usually where that rule
But not in
takes
the regular
place.
Forest Service.
No.
It's a
Interesting.
challenge.
But the dog is that is like, shows the difficulty in the seamless system of
Okay.
rules that we're working on.
Thanks for that clarification.
Amy, you had a
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that I think that the teeth that you're putting in this document are great, you know, in terms of being able to go back and,
microphone.
and then, like that there's, just that you have other pieces to the pie of regulating commercial operators, I think is really great, like especially the, 2 strikes and you're out, that sort of thing. I mean, I think, as you said, this is an evolution and it's just great to see, the steps that you're taking to try and really monitor them, and I think that's fantastic. And in terms of like the numbers of commercial operators, it seems like you would want more of them because then you can actually monitor, and there's different pieces to go back on versus your private citizen. You don't have that currently, that ability to regulate them. But if you get, say, me, who's a private person, but I say, ooh, I want to go with the commercial guy because they're going to shuttle me. I don't have to worry about getting in the mayhem of the parking and that sort of thing. I'd pay, X amount of dollars to have that service provided to me. And then I think it also just makes it as a better experience in the end for everybody out there to have that ability to kind of monitor and have some repercussions for folks.
So Lindsay, if I may just follow from the open space point of view, in your package, under recommendation, what do you need from us? So that we can, it says, boards provide feedback on 2020 permit updates. Have we done that today?
Yes, and I think that from the staff's perspective, we wanted to make sure there was support, because essentially the expectation is that we will have some permittee or current people who have permits, users, that may not be able to meet the guidelines presented for 2020, and that could be a problem in the future. And if the board supports staff and these regulations, so that when we hear that people are not happy,
Or you hear that
when you hear people aren't happy, you understand or are informed where that is coming from.
Okay, so I would suggest or believe that both boards have your back on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Real quick too, I just want to say that when you're talking about, and I don't know about the shuttle service providers, but I think the ones who actually provide the experience on the water, I think the majority, maybe most, but of the providers, of the outfitters, are really into educating the public on the benefits of the quietness of the wildlife, of the clarity of the river water, of all of those things. So the need to respect. That's what I hear when I talk to other, some of the companies that do service up there or do services, provide services throughout the county. They take pride in that. And I think a lot of them have built a reputation on educating the public. So, and hopefully that will come through as far as part of the permitting process. Those who really believe in it will be the ones who follow the rules.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Patty.
thank you,
I
Patty.
think with that, Gary, you don't have much time left. Our next scheduled item is in 1:15. How much time are you going to need to
He just tells us to read it.
I just,
monthly
basically.
update?
Thanks,
Well,
lady.
it's more than
Thanks,
a month.
Lindsay. Thanks,
It's a
Janet.
yearly update. And so. Got to eject one to get the other.
I'd just like to note for a little
Just to
historical
continue.
note, and that is that Joe Edwards is the person who made this purchase happen. More than any other individual.
I want to make note that I sat on the board that made the first management plan for North Star
I'm sorry, Janet.
back in 1999, 2000.
If you only knew then what you know now.
Well, yeah, and it was contentious.
Oh, yeah, I was on that.
Yes, and Mick and I were on it.
And the poor mosquitoes.
And the mosquitoes.
So anyway, I just wanted to do a quick.
Screen.
I wanted to do a quick update. Just, I give you a monthly review, but this is a year in review. It's just kind of, end of year. This is our last meeting with the Open Space Board, and really, truly what has been accomplished this year by the staff and your support through the boards has been pretty amazing for this year. So I just wanted to put this one because this is such an incredible picture, and it is a really, this is persistence to make this one happen, which is amazing because we've been working on this for over 13 to 14 years to make this happen, and this is the Dottie Fox overlook, and I think it was very successful. The celebration was a perfect day, and we got a lot of the family members and a lot of the people in this Snowmass Capitol Creek area to come out and really celebrate Dottie, but also celebrate the valley that through the land use code and open space and trails you guys have been able to protect. So overall, it was kind of a special evening to be
Beautiful.
out there. So that's why I wanted to start. But honestly, every year we have acquisitions. Might not seem like a lot of acreage, but it was a lot of work to make all these happen. There's a lot more to come, but basically all of those properties are important in their own way. The Red Mountain parcel, it seems like so long ago, but it actually closed in early January last year of this year. So, and all the other ones, the Wilden property, we're going to actually have a ranger living on there soon enough, and it's been a great purchase of that area. And the Shippey, you can see it with the elk, and the elk will be back or they might be back on it right now. Planning and outreach, there's the town site and North Star. A lot of planning happened this year. The Moore Open Space Management Plan was updated for the first time in 21 years or 19 years. And so, you know, being able to have the capacity to be able to update these plans has been huge. Big issues with Penny Hot Springs and the town site. North Star is going to be another one. And so we're just really moving forward with overall our planning and the outreach. We're doing outreach partnerships with CPW. You'll start to see some of that coming early next year. It's a really cool partnership, and a lot of the information that's coming out is going to be really great. CPW is excited that we partner with them on that one. We always do the trail etiquette campaign with the city of Aspen, even though we have some ethic lapses from the public. Overall, potentially the dog poop picking up on certain areas has gotten better. So like some Smuggler and some other places that were a mess when I started 17 years ago are not as bad today as they were. So anyway, the calendar's always a success. Castle Creek Trail, I know we're constructing still in the winter, and we said we wouldn't, but the rockfall cable netting is going in, and it's on that big cut. And if we can get that in before winter, it'll make it safer in the spring, and it's one less thing we have to do. There are no bikes going up there, so it's easier for the traffic control. I know the residents aren't happy, but hopefully we can get this done quicker than, early next spring to early summer at the latest. And the rangers have been busy. I mean, we have a lot of use on our properties, and it's been pretty impressive overall. There's a lot of words in there, but, basically 54 EMS calls. We work. It's definitely a record, and we work with the sheriff's office better than ever on making that happen. The rangers make a lot of enforcement contacts, and the program development over time is making our ranger staff more professional. So it's really been a great evolution of the ranger program, and it's really great to see how they are interacting with the public.
Are any of them taking, I think some of them are, actually, the Rangers taking the mental health first aid class?
Yes, they're taking the mental health classes, and Price is back there, and yes. And we're also involved in the homeless, the housing instability, the housing instability stuff. We're really working
at the table
with other agencies, because we do have a lot of homeless on open space. We're trying to deal with it. It's not the same as like the people in the past. We're seeing more issues, and that's why they're taking the mental health things. They're working closely with the mental health providers and Health and Human Services and the Sheriff's Office to try to be as respectful as possible, but avoid the resource damage that comes with all of that. So it's been a really great thing. And they're there. They're out on North Star. They're out on the properties. They're training, they're working on wildfires, and you name it. So our rangers are getting out in every way possible on our trails. And, resource management, I don't know if you guys noticed, there's a whole new, decked bridge on the Wingo overpass, which has made it a lot better for road bikes. And, we're doing a ton of trail maintenance. And, we do the bridge maintenance. That's a new bridge on Hunter Creek. And so they're making it happen. The signage, Howie wants it all done in 1 year, but they've installed an absolute ton of signage.
Good try, Howie.
And they were doing it up until like 2 weeks ago, until the snow started again. So anyway, these are all the projects. Of course, they start listing them all, and I'm like, I'm never going to have time to read them. But the reality is we do a lot of partnerships overall. We do a lot of partnerships with the Forest Service, with the BLM, with the City of Aspen, with the Town of Snowmass Village, and Town of Basalt. We do RAFTA. We're doing, if you saw the bridge on the Sopers Creek is being repaired right now. That's a joint project between us and RAFTA. So all these things are happening, and not the public doesn't see them all, but it's impressive to see how this program has grown to be able to handle the capacity of managing all these properties. So, and then the biodiversity initiatives. You know, the biggest thing we've done is we're helping fund the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative, and that's doing a big watershed inventory. We're also doing the CPW studies for looking how to improve the health of the bighorn sheep, but also to really look at the cause for the cow-calf decline in our area. And so CPW is going to be out there soon, capturing more first-year calves and some more females to collar, so we can watch where they're going and really monitor over time what are the issues, where are they going, what's the areas they're using, and then why are the issues for the low cow-calf ratios. And so CPW has been really excited to partner with us on that one. And, you know, it's one of those things where because of our funding, they're actually doing this study in our valley. And so it's going to be really useful data going forward on seasonal closures and property use, trail use, you name it. So overall, it's a pretty cool initiative. We're not going to get magical data in 1 year, but if we continue to do this, we'll get some good data. Habitat restoration, we hired Liza last year as our, it's a kind of our, I totally spaced her title, but she came from, yes, ecologist, I could say that. Well, you guys made me change the name from natural resource planner to natural resource planner / ecologist, so that's it. Oh, and Siri's talking to me. And so Siri was going to answer my question, what Liza's title was. And so,
You still might, 'cause you just.
so the reality is we're doing a ton of biodiversity projects. You're going to see next year an absolute ton of biodiversity projects happen. Sky Mountain Park, the pond restoration area. We're looking at ways to restore degraded old agricultural fields at Sky Mountain Park and Faloa Meadows. And we're going to be North Star. We're going to be finally filling in some of that area, that not irrigation ditch, but that drainage ditch. And so you're going to see some pretty significant projects start to happen. And, you know, it's due to having the capacity to make these things happen. But we do a ton of consultant work where we're redoing all our transects at Faloha, looking at experimental weed control at Faloa Meadows. And we've been doing a ton of weed control all over our properties. We did a big hit up in Hunter Creek this year, and that was a partnership with ACES and the city of Aspen. And so that was a huge, huge hit because some of those pastures up in Hunter Creek were absolutely full of thistle and hound's tongue, and we've been partnering together to make that disappear. So we'll see how our fruits of our labors go next year. And on that one, I'll be done.
That's it?
Yes.
Great. Well,
Thanks,
you know,
guys.
I wanted to quickly point you have volunteer efforts going on in a number of places.
We do.
And I was just thinking, you know, when I think about North Star also in the public, the 85%, I'm just wondering if an ambassador program, a membership, or something that the public could actually get involved in to help monitor and be ambassadors for North Star. Just a thought. Haven't developed it any more than that. But I'm just thinking we have so much public involvement, so many man hours on the ground. It's possible we could have public assistance.
With diverse membership.
Yeah.
diverse
No, I
membership.
mean, honestly, it's one of those things where we just have to look at how we can administer something like that.
Right.
But really, truly, getting the public out there to help us manage these properties. I mean, we do so many, next year, a lot of the planting pieces of those restoration projects are going to be volunteer projects.
Work. Great.
So they're going to help do that. Now, being ambassadors, we've checked in the past to help us with Faloha, and we just didn't get the participation from the folks. But maybe North Star, maybe something in the future is something we can consider.
Worth considering. Thank you.
Yeah, so, but thank you guys, and I really it's them that make it happen. I'm just the big mouth that talks. And so it's my staff that makes all this happen, and I really appreciate them. I'm happy that I'm able to be part of this and be able to report back to you guys on what was accomplished this year. So thank you.
Well done. Thank you, and thanks to the staff.
Thanks, guys.
You know,
to
it's
the
a-
board. Thanks
Thank
for
you
coming
guys
and
for
joining us.
supporting
Thanks
us.
for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, I think with
You
that.
buy lunch next
our
time.
That's it for our joint meeting. Thank you all
We
for
take
coming.
a 10 at least?
We're gonna take a 10-minute break, yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll get back on schedule with our special meeting coming up next.
Kelly back there.
She'll be back. She'll get here.
I wanted to let you know I opened the door.
Okay, we're back, and it's the Tuesday, December 10th, and this is we're going to call a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, and the purpose will be for the second reading and public hearing for the 2020 budget resolution, the mill levy certification, and a separate resolution levying general property taxes for 2019 to defray the cost of government for the 2020 budget year. And Connie and Ann are here with us. Kelly will be back in the room shortly. Do I need a motion, or do I just call it a special meeting?
Just call it.
Call it.
Okay, so we're in a special meeting, and off we go.
Good afternoon. We're here today, as you said, presenting these two resolutions to finish up the 2020 budget process. The 2020 budget includes over $141.7 million in expenditures, and that's divided up between 25 different county funds. The largest of the funds is the general fund with $32 million. Transit sales and use tax, which is mainly a pass-through of transit tax, is the second largest at $23.4 million. And then airport and solid waste center are the next biggest, as you can see on this chart, with $16 and $14 million. So in a nutshell, that's the county budget for 2020. The resolution includes not only the expenditures, but also transfers two other county funds for the total appropriation. So in the resolution, the total appropriation is $148.5 million. We have presented balanced 5-year plans for all of the major funds of the county. The general fund has an average annual surplus of $629,000, and by our home rule charter, we do need to present a balanced 5-year plan. We have done that, and that's pretty much it for the budget. With the mill levies, get back up to attachment. Oops. Exhibit A, after the second resolution, shows all of the mill levies for the funds that the board oversees. 2019 was a revaluation year, and values increased by 10.3%, and this is based on market conditions as of June 30th, 2018. Even though values increased by 10.3%, you can see that we're taking credits on our mill levies so that we comply with the taxpayer's Bill of Rights, and our property tax collections are not increasing by more than growth in the property base and inflation. The only two exceptions to this are the Open Space and Trails Fund and the Ambulance Fund, and for those, voters approved a fixed mill levy.
Kelly?
Questions?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. Under the temporary mill levy reductions, what is the CY refund and PY refund? What does that refer to?
I'll let Ann talk to those.
Or just
So
define
CY
CY
is
and
current
PY?
year, PY is prior year.
Okay.
So those are where situations where property taxes should not have been paid for various reasons. There was an incorrect assessment, and so we have to refund back.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions?
Is
Okay.
Cuddy done? Can I make a general comment?
Patty?
Okay, I'm gonna have to make my general comment, and I appreciate it. As I voiced throughout first of all, for all the meetings I missed, I apologize, and as I said at the first reading, I watched them from the comfort of my sister's guest room when I was in California for the holiday. I watched budget meetings. It was very entertaining, sometimes a nice break. But I want to thank you for all your efforts. You guys do an amazing job. There's a lot of numbers and a lot of thought process, and I think the county is really working and very successfully working towards greater transparency so the public actually sees where their public dollars come in from and go out to. And I think that I appreciate that, and I know the general public appreciates that. Of course, my big thing during the budget process has been full-time employees, that we're adding positions, knowing that when we built our building or expanded the library, we were very careful in saying we're not doing this to add employees. We're doing it to give our current employees better working space. But in some cases, we've been able to tie new positions to what we're calling a term limited basis, whether it be associated with a specific grant or project, and I also appreciate that. And I know we're looking at one of the positions to reevaluate in 3 years with the split position with community development. I appreciate that again. To say, let's see where the 50% is going to long-range planning or to our climate action plan and see how that's working, and we'll give it 3 years and reevaluate. I've been sitting on this board at a time where we had to eliminate employees. That was a very brutal experience for, I think, all of us. And everybody keeps talking about an impending recession, and I don't want to be in that position again. It's tough for all of us when we have to start cutting employees because of funds. Therefore, when we have the funds, I think we need to be careful in spending them to bring people on the county staff on a full-time basis. So the first request of go-around, the new position request was for 24, 28, somewhere in that ballpark. So I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the fact that this budget is moving forward with a net. It's a very interesting number, 11.4225. Whoever that 0.4225 employee is, I hope they have it all together by the time they get on staff. But it was a combination of creating a full-time position or out of a position or increasing a part-time position to a bigger part-time, but still a part-time. So it was complicated how you came up with that number. But I appreciate that. And in honor of previous commissioner and who's now passed, Jack Hatfield, I would like to be doing the Jack's philosophical no on this budget, but I'm going to be supporting this budget and moving it forward.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Patty. Does anyone else have something they want to say? Okay, no. So
Lots
now
of
you're waiting
quiet.
for,
So we have 2 resolutions, and they each need to be acted on separately.
got it. So the first is the 2020 budget resolution and mill levy certification.
Move to approve?
We have a motion.
Second?
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Is that public hearing?
And this,
Oh.
it's a special meeting. Is it a public hearing?
No?
Yes, it is.
It is
It
a
is. Oh,
public
well,
hearing.
I'm going to,
Good
before we
catch,
vote.
Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
I think it is, yeah, it is.
Do we
I'm
need to
going
act
to
on it?
Well, let's just
consider
call it.
separately?
public hearing.
They just
This
did
is a
it
public
together.
hearing. If anybody'd like to speak, this would be their opportunity to come and make a comment on this topic in particular. I don't see anybody coming forward. I'm going to close it back up. And so I'm calling the vote on that first resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then next we have a resolution levying general property taxes for 2019.
Isn't that what you just called?
That was the first, we had the first one, and then now this is the second one. Is that correct?
I think the first one,
This is just adoption of the budget for.
the title was not read correctly.
I'm just
It should
reading it
be.
right off
Now,
there.
this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners concerned with the adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds for fiscal year 2020. The first one we did was the mill levy one that you called the title
The
on.
second one. Thank you.
We need to do the budget one first
Yeah.
by state statute, and then
Well, we
the
did it
mill levy
backwards.
one separately.
Okay, so we should
We
motion to
can't-
reconsider?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I move to reconsider the mill levy question.
Okay, we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Now I will do a motion to approve the resolution concerning with the adoption of the budget and appropriations for funds for fiscal year 2020.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Wait a second.
It's a public
Now,
comment.
this is a public hearing, and I want to make a comment too.
Oh, well, okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing again. Seeing none, although I appreciate you all being here, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Steve?
Talking about our budget process in general, every year, I actually really enjoy the budget process because it gives us a chance to see all the different things that the county is doing in a, concise, objective kind of way, seeing where we're spending the money, what projects we're working on, what all the different services are we provide for the public. And it just shows that all the good things that we are working on to me, and that's one reason I really enjoy it, because it's kind of a chance for us to give give all the staff a pat on the back for doing a good job in the year, and then projecting forward into the next year to continue doing good work. So thank you for bringing the budget forward to us. I do enjoy it. Some people think it's probably a dry subject and not so interesting, but on the contrary, I do like it.
Importance of it is certainly,
Yeah.
And I'll just note, in addition to what Steve said, for the public's knowledge, is that, you know, our budget is directly tied to our strategic plan, which sets forth the values that we have for the community and how we act as stewards of the money to reflect those values and priorities. And so, you know, this really is where we allocate the resources needed to get the work done that we think is most important, both here and to reflect what our community expects to see from us. So thanks for walking me through this the first time around, Connie. You really been great on that. I appreciate it.
great, thank you. All right, I'm going to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right,
So
now
budget
I will
study.
put a motion out
Two.
to approve the levying of, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners levying general property taxes for the year 2019 to help defray the cost of government for Pickens County, Colorado, and its special districts for fiscal year 2020.
I'll second.
And now we need to open it back up for
Okay,
public
opening up
comment.
for public comment. Is anybody who's come in who'd like to comment on this? I don't see hands. Nobody's coming up. I'll bring it back to our board. No comment on this? I'm going to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I have my
Okay,
last piece of
thank you for
chocolate
that.
that
Yes, I have chocolate left over as well. See, we're good at budgeting.
Greg, do you mind if I just make a quick comment?
Please do.
One, I'd like to repeat the thank you to finance staff. This has been a big year for them with the implementation of the new ERP project as well as budgeting. And I also want to thank you all. Greg, you've got your budget folder in front of you, and we start this process by lulling you in with a 9-page document. And then throughout the course of the fourth quarter here, we add to that to explain the budget until it's probably about 3 inches thick of information that you've processed along with staff in making this decision. So just want to thank you for that time and effort in really reviewing. I thought this year, maybe more so than any other year that I've been here, there was a lot more questions, a lot more engagement with the material, and it really challenges us to do a better job. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
I think also this year, Connie always amazes us with the level of organization that you bring to this. And this year, it seemed like it was easier, but as John said, also there was a lot more conversation about it, but it was clearer and easier to understand. I certainly appreciate that. I wanted to say, you know, for the public listening, one of your paragraph here, which really makes is pleasing and a relief to read. It says, for all funds, the proposed 2020 budget is $141,766,833 net of interfund transfers. It's a 4.2% decrease from the prior year. The decrease is primarily due to a lower amount of capital projects in 2020. So less happening in 2020. The proposed budget maintains a healthy fund balance for all funds of $58.8 million, or 48% of total operational appropriations. In the general fund, 8.3, or 26% of total appropriations. So I think that paragraph alone is worth mentioning to the public that we're in a really healthy situation here. We've got a good fund balance. I think we're in a good position with the county. And I want to thank you and your staff and everyone for making that clear for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? That's it. I think we've done it.
You go on
Now
holiday
you get the whole
vacation now?
next year off.
See you in 9 months.
We start again.
Nothing
in 6.
happens between now and then.
Nothing happens between now and then, right? Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think I'm going to adjourn the special meeting.
You need a motion to adjourn. So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Now we're back with staff and community presentations. Next, we have X Games special events. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, but let's get started. X Games special events permit discussion. Come on over. Okay, welcome. Suzanne, you're part of this team. Are you joining?
I'm here. I'm here to help.
Okay. All right. Please introduce yourself for the cameras, and we'll go from there.
Hi, I'm Haleen Burklow. I'm with the planning staff, and with me is Vanessa.
Vanessa Anthes with ESPN.
And I see Gabe's here. I thought that Alex Burchetta was going to be here, but maybe he's running a little bit
starting
late.
3 minutes
We're
early.
starting early. He may.
Gotcha.
He has a,
And there's also
he has a
Andrew-
long way to go.
There's also Andrew Shoemaker from BIT's drone team, in case you guys have questions for him as well. Okay.
Great.
So.
All right.
Okay, so this is ESPN's 19th annual proposed X Games to be held at Buttermilk Mountain. As we all know, it's here again. So we are here again. The proposed event is actually from January 23rd to the 26th. I know there's kind of a confusion between the 21st and 26th, but that is open to the public, 23rd to the 26th. I'm not sure when the practice dates are, but
We start practice that Monday. We'll have practice on the mountain, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday practices with live telecast Thursday through Sunday.
Can I just tag on to that, because it's confusing, because on the agenda item summary, it says it starts from Tuesday, January 21st. Then on the overview schedule, it says it starts on January 22nd. So, and now you're saying Monday, which would be the 20th,
So on Monday, the 20th, we have practices in the evening, beginning at 4 p.m. The mountain is open to the public at all times, so if someone, for example, chose to take RAFTA, get off on the highway and watch. Typically, we don't have big crowds Monday through Wednesday. So Monday, we do start practice. Wednesday this year, which we've had a few years prior, we do have an elimination Wednesday evening. So we are working with public safety for that in anticipation of maybe 100 people, for example. But then Thursday through Sunday, the 23rd through the 26th, those are our full-blown event days.
So the major bus shuttle service will start Thursday to Sunday.
We won't run any designated event
Monday, Tuesday,
transportation except for Thursday through Sunday. Monday through Wednesday, it'll be the standard skier shuttles that Aspen Snowmass provides.
And the regular RAFTA service.
Yes.
I just want the neighbors, and I think it's important that the neighbors know, because those are the ones that we receive calls from, that the neighbors know that there will be some activity Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but that the major games start. So I don't know how we can get that word out to those neighbors. So they're not calling me on Monday going, why is there something happening? And then calling me on Tuesday, why? So, so hopefully that will be clarified. I don't have a problem with it. I just want to make sure that there's public notice to the neighbors that they know.
So we have, for public notification, we've got our mobile app that we have that everyone is welcome to download. That has the full event schedule. We also have partnerships with KSPN, the local radios. We have our typical insert flyer that we put in that has the full schedule, as well as our website, X Games, that'll have everything there listed.
So
as
it'll
well.
have some kind of notification that these things, the training will be happening on Monday, Tuesday, with the event Wednesday evening?
Well, it'll have the practice schedules posted, and those are changing. So the best way to get that is through the app. That's where people can get the most up-to-date schedule, because if weather, for example,
Right, something can change.
it's going to be very fluid.
Do we have a contact with the HOA at West Buttermilk that we could at least notify them? I think the apps are great, and I think the public in general takes advantage of those. A lot of the residents there don't. Either they're coming in later, they just don't carry, don't feel they have a need for that app. So if there was a way we could just let maybe somebody at the HOA know, I think we have a contact. Just let them know that there'll be some activities those 3 days. I think it'll save all of us a little extra effort that we might have to put in on those days. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, so like past, like in the past events that we've had, so it's pretty much the normal skiing, snowboarding, snowmobile, snow bikes, all the normal activities that have been in the past, along with concerts as well. So there's 4. There's one on Friday, 2 on Saturday, and 1 on Sunday, and it's actually, the dates and times are actually up here on the board. They're in gray. You can see them. They're actually in your packets as well. So the difference this year is that ESPN is going to propose 1 drone usage. And so since the use of drones is not for special, since the use of drones for special events is not addressed in the Pickens County Land Use Code, we are looking for direction from the board about allowing drone usage at the proposed event, as well as Pickens County Sheriff's Office is requesting the right to require that drone use cease if public safety concerns arise. So that's really why we're here, to see to get direction from you guys.
Could you show us on the map the drone map area where the drone will actually be flown?
So these
So
are the.
Want
God.
me to go for it?
Yeah, go.
So the drone, we've been working with the FAA, the Aspen Skiing Company, to obtain all federal and then permitting from the Aspen Skiing Company since it's their property. The drone will primarily fly only over competition courses, which you've got your Big Air, looking at the screen, Big Air is on the right, Super Pipes in the middle, Slope Style is on the left. And to the left of the purple line, which is the skier lane, our snowmobile venue will be flying over that location. It will not fly over crowds, and it will have a 100-foot ceiling limit. And so the drone pilot will be in line of sight with the drone itself at all times, as well as having direct communication with the tower. So every time the drone goes up, he'll notify the tower. When he lands it, he'll notify it as well. And then if there is ever any emergent situation, the drone will then be handed over to the IMT, where they can then work with the pilot to get whatever coverage or need the situation might arise.
I have a really basic question. Why? Why do we want a drone?
So the drone will be used in the telecast just for different types of shots than we can get with a standard static camera.
And I know drones have we've been using them now for site visits for the board, and it's proving to be very useful. And I understand that it gives you a different camera viewpoint, but they're a little irritating. The noise, they kind of sound like a little lawnmower up in the sky. That's another thing we should probably notify the Buttermilk Homeowners Association, that there will be, if we move forward with the drone use, that just so they know if they're hearing a new noise, that's what it is. Also, safety issues. It's my recollection that there was use of a drone, and I can't remember where it was, where it crashed right behind a competitor. I mean, like right on the tails of the competitor during an event. It's of concern. I mean, they're, for the most part, safe when they're used, and they have to be used by a certified licensed drone flyer, drone pilot, or whatever they're called. I just have a little public safety concern about the use. I don't know. I hate to say let's try it and see what happens, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels, because we really haven't had this discussion. I think restricting it to the areas that you really want to be filming is wise, because I don't think the crowd we don't really want them flying over the heads of all those people. But I just have some just basic safety concerns. But I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
Kelly?
Sure. Can you talk about what the frequency and duration of use would be? Would this be for how long, all day, all night, kind of whenever there's competitions happening?
It will be primarily over all the different courses, and so the event schedule is pretty full, so it will be moving around from different course to course. We're still identifying a detailed flight schedule of where it's going to be and how long it's going to take, for example, to get the drone and the pilot from Big Air, for example, over to Snowmobile. But we anticipate using it heavily on event days.
Okay. And so that would go up until, would that cover the concerts up until 11 o'clock?
Yeah, so we would stick to the schedule, so potentially as late as 10:30
For the concerts too, or just for the competition?
for the competitions. We wouldn't be flying over any
Flying over
public
the
crowd
crowd, the
area.
the
So,
concerts, but-
for example, it might be flying over snowmobile, getting a wide shot of the concert venue.
Because they're right there.
Yes.
The benefit I see is even better footage from home.
If you live in Buttermilk, you might not feel that way, though.
I have a feeling that the drone won't be the only thing in making noise. They're going to have loud music. The PA system's going to overwhelm the drone. My guess is you'll have trouble hearing the drone over the din of the entire operation. As I recall being
Well,
out
we'll
there,
hear
was
about
so
it if we
loud.
don't, trust me.
It was so loud that you couldn't hear yourself think, so I don't think we're going to notice the drone so much, but I'm not too concerned about the sound. I did have a question. When does construction on this start? When do you go into the final sound checks and the lighting? Because really what I see is an event permit application here for the 20th, or it was the 22nd, now it's the 20th to the 26th, but we know this thing it started already, right? It's been under construction for several months. We're going to start seeing testing, and we're going to see light checks and sound checks. And so to me, it doesn't seem, I'm just wondering why I don't see more of that, the setup and then the breakdown after, because this is not just an imposition on the public for a couple or 3 days, it's a several-month operation. And I think that should be addressed in these applications. I don't really have a problem with the drone use.
Do you want me to answer the timeline of builds?
Sure, yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
so we've already built some of the larger structures that are more impeding on the public when Buttermilk's open, so we build those prior to the mountain opening. And then we'll be back on January 2nd where our full load-in will begin, for example, and we'll stage that over the course of that weekend, as it's still a large skier weekend with how the calendar falls through the New Year's. So we'll strategically start building in certain locations, but starting on the 2nd is when we'll have a full presence at Buttermilk every single day. We will start the lights specifically. We'll start building those towers beginning on the 13th. And then we're starting to do testing and focusing, weather and schedule permitting, the 16th, 17th. And so that's when you'll start to see things up. We'll have full lights on then beginning the evening of the 20th for those evening practices.
Okay, so yeah, so that sounds closer to how I envisioned the whole thing going down. Now, so on the 2nd is when we're going to start seeing ski trail closures, and whereas that will already have happened. I'm just thinking.
The 2nd will be more impactful on, we'll start to take over some of the parking in the base area. We work very closely with the mountain operations at Buttermilk to be as least impactful that weekend as possible, because it is such a busy weekend in town still. So we flex with them to restrict that as little as possible, that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then beginning Sunday the 5th, you really start to see a lot of the parking kind of go away, not only at Buttermilk, but also as we load in through the inn at Aspen, and then start to adjust different things on the hill that day.
Got it. And then when you at the end of this whole thing, when are you wrapped out and gone?
As quickly as possible. So typically it takes us about 2 weeks to get out, weather permitting. So ideally we're done by the 7th, but we've had years where, for example, we got 30 inches in 2.5 days, and so that pushes things back. Well, it's great for the mountain, it's really hard for us, and so worst case scenario, the 13th. But that's going to create a lot of other issues for our vendors because they need to go to their next job, so we all really try to be completely gone by the 7th if at all possible.
Right, if you're paying rent and all that equipment.
I can tell you from personal experience, the night of that Sunday night is a very long night because they start strike the minute the last event is done. They actually, the next morning you will see trucks already gone. You come in the next morning and you'll go, where did they all go? Because it used to be they were going on to Super Bowl or big NASCAR event races. So they clear it out. It's amazing how long it takes to set up and how quickly how the short amount of time it takes to tear down. So strike really starts the minute the last event is at closure, and it's a long night, and they really work hard to get everything out of there. And I think it's become more efficient because they know how to put things in, so it makes it easier to take things out. So I appreciate that effort.
Questions, comments?
I do have,
Just in general?
my questions are about the drone operation, and
Go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
when the planes can decide to land coming over town and approaching over Buttermilk, that's not controlled by the FAA, it's controlled by the pilot depending on the wind direction and speed. And so there could be, you could have a drone up in the air and then all of a sudden there's a plane that wants to approach from that east end of the runway. What would you do in that case? Would the drone just have to come down to the land while the plane is going over, or how does that work?
So that is covered in part of our FAA permit because it has a 100-foot ceiling. And so that's in line with the other structures that we have up, our light towers for the trucks, for example, over at Snowmobile. And so notices are sent out through the tower to all aircraft in the area that there are these obstacles, for example, that are up that they are aware of. And so with the drone, it gets fixed coordinates that it cannot fly outside of, for example, so it's not able to go to 120 accidentally. It stays at that 100-foot ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
But that also brings up a good question. The tower closes, and this event will continue after the tower closes, correct? The tower doesn't stay open until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, the NOTAMs don't just go out through the towers. They're notice to airmen that are distributed.
But the other thing is that the drone operator will have direct contact with the tower. So every time the drone goes up and comes down, he'll notify the tower. He or she will notify the tower, but the tower will be closed.
That is correct. Yeah.
So who are we notifying? Nobody's home.
That's an extra layer of safety that we're doing. The notice is as a blanket notice, a notice that goes out.
Right, I understand that, but when you said that when the drone operator puts the drone up, he'll call the tower and say, we're up, we're down. But the tower closes before the last X Games event. There's nobody in the tower.
It would only be during hours of operation.
So there's a period of time where we're not contacting the tower because there's nobody there.
Patty, I may be able to shed a little light on that.
That's okay with the chair.
Is it okay with you? Thanks. So just really quickly, I'm hearing a little bit different capacity today in front of you, and that is the incident commander for the incident management team. So as you know, throughout the event, for the fun job, exactly. Way better than budget, let me tell you. So one of the things that we control is a lot of the drone activity afterwards, right? So once the tower closes, we'll actually have direct contact with Vanessa and her team. We have direct contact with the drone pilot. And really, once that tower closes, the only aircraft that we ever really worry about coming into the airport itself are medical flights, which are allowed to come in afterwards, with our assistance, obviously. So we'll know when any aircraft is coming into that airspace for medical flights. So we won't have any problems with drones versus.
We still have commercial flights in GA.
No commercial flights will come in over 15. They all land the other direction and take off the other
Unless
direction.
we have wind or weather issues.
Commercial, no.
What about the GA, who, as we know, has been able to use the other approach coming in over town pretty much willy-nilly?
So that's the other thing with the geofencing of the drone itself, right? It'll keep it out of that flight path, number one.
Right.
Number two, it will actually keep it below. And these are all settings. This isn't, I'm sure you understand, but this isn't the drone that you buy,
No, you can
online,
program
right?
them.
This
We
is
know
a
'cause we
pretty
use them.
sophisticated device that can really, set fences for us. It can set heights. It will never, go past that. So we from the public safety eye, we certainly looked at this pretty extensively.
I think it'd be great if we could, and I know, John, I'm going to look at you, we can't say no approaches over using during the X Games event unless...
Well, we'd have huge problems if we have planes under 100 feet clearance.
Well, yeah, I know that, but you never know. We have a drone that may have understood the limit here but crashed into the ground here. I'm just saying it would be great if we didn't have any planes, I think in general, flying over the X
Yeah, we
Games.
don't.
But we don't have control over that,
And we've
even
looked at
during an
that for
event.
many years. That's called a TFR, a temporary flight restriction, and tried to completely take away the flight path over the Buttermilk venue. And we, believe it or not, for as many people as we have at Buttermilk during X Games, we don't meet the threshold for a TFR for the FAA.
What do we need, 150,000?
I forget the actual number, but we're a bit off because it's at
Yeah.
any one time.
It
any
would be
given
wishful
time,
thinking
yeah.
on my part, but it would be great, and I know I've talked about it enough, so.
The
talked
only
about it
time
for
it's
years.
been issued in my time here is for the Lake Christine fire for the
Well, yeah.
operations.
And that does bring up an interesting point, right? I think, and hopefully I'm not pushing too far. One of the things that X Games is looking at is doing a little bit of education for the public on drone use as well, which from a personal standpoint, as a wildland firefighter and working through the Lake Christine fire and whatnot, one of the things that we really worry about is drone use during a wildland fire.
We
Right?
had that, we
And
know.
so if we can yeah, we absolutely did. The problem with that is that every firefighting aircraft that we have has to be taken out of the sky the moment we see a drone anywhere in the area. It's just that dangerous. So if we can utilize this as a tool also to educate the public, I think this is a great
Do you
venue
think we'll
to
have
do
any
so.
risk of the public seeing a drone, not understanding it's in a controlled environment, and setting their own up? We should probably keep an eye on that. They tend, they copycat, they say, oh, they're using a drone. I have a drone at home, I'm gonna bring it and take my own pictures. So I think we need to keep an eye out for that, and because it just might happen.
Absolutely.
Excellent point. Was that it for drones, Steve?
Yeah, well, in general, I mean, the photography from the drone is gonna be awesome, I think. It'll give a whole different perspective on what the different maneuvers that people are doing that's gonna be a neat addition to it, I think. And we just need to be sure that and I think, I mean, it indicates it's not gonna fly over where the crowds are and all these different things. So I think we probably have addressed all the concerns, but with this being the first year, I think we should have after it's all over, if we could have a rehash on it and just make sure everything went safely
Yeah.
the whole time.
And for clarification, it's actually the second time we've had a drone.
The second, they've done it before.
And the competitors are okay with it?
Yes.
Okay, because I mean, sometimes that could be distracting for them. We want to make sure their eye is on the ball, not on the drone.
I don't know what year it was, but I remember working X Games, shooting that and seeing the drone in the air. So I remember we had it before. George, did you have something?
Yeah, we're done with the drones.
I'm done with
No,
that.
I could come back.
Don't want to drone on about the drones.
Holding on. Vanessa, or maybe you can give us just a reminder of traffic control, public safety, alcohol, drug use. There's no one here from the Sheriff's Department, unfortunately, but Gabe, you can help out with
He's
that.
right now.
I'll let you go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, we actually just left a very long meeting on this topic. So yes, we work with the sheriffs to put in the temporary ordinance for no open containers at the venue, at Brush Creek Park and Ride. I feel we have a very strong plan this year with a couple changes we've made to transportation to help eliminate any issues that we saw last year, one of which we have more solid partnerships with Uber and Lyft that'll increase our ability to give direct messaging to all the drivers. We have a designated pickup drop-off that's over at 50 Harmony Place, which is the Burlingame housing complex. So this will be our third year operating that. And so we're working to increase messaging to all the rideshare drivers so they know that's where they're dropping, not necessarily on the side of Highway 82.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. So we're working more with law enforcement too to help communicate to those drivers that might not realize the danger of dropping someone off on the side of the highway if that were to occur. We're increasing lighting all around the perimeter on the highway as well as Owl Creek Road to illuminate where we have designated flagger positions this year. So we will have 5 designated traffic control flaggers out at key locations to help guide traffic as well as additional variable message boards that this year will have the ability to update via a direct app versus having to physically go and change each one, which then takes some time. We also are then implementing out of East Buttermilk Road, which is the parking lot in between the Highlands lot and Lot 3, those county lots. No left-hand turn during the event days, so anyone that's, mom and dad drop off, ADA or a hotel shuttle that's leaving our spectator drop, they will have to take a right-hand turn so that doesn't back up, as well as anyone at the Inn at Aspen that's exiting onto Highway 82, that'll be a no left-hand turn also, so they'll have to go right and then down onto Stage Road under and back around to 82 to help just alleviate some of those bottlenecks that we created last year. And so I feel that with the work we've put in with public safety to kind of make some of these what might seem really minor tweaks, we're going to have a big impact on the event. Knowing traffic is tough, whether it's just a regular commuter day in that space or then you throw X Games on top of it. We're just going to do our best to educate and notify as many people as possible. Your best bet is just take public transportation. There's a great RAFTA system that we then enhance all days. That's your best option, and then we know there's alternatives around that, so we're going to do our best to work with those groups in terms of traffic control, safety, and planning.
So no drugs, no vaping, no any of that, because we know we had an issue with the new fancy-dancy vapes in your hoodie. Are we going to have that vehicle we had, I think it was last year, it's a drug and alcohol trailer where they could actually do testing?
Yep. So we have a couple of different resources that we put on site from a public safety standpoint. One is we actually do an on-site detox area or a sanctuary area, for lack of a better term, where we can evaluate people medically for any intoxication, and then we'll send them to the right resource that they need. We typically always run a little bit extra from the detox standpoint in town as well, knowing that there's an increased need. So that's certainly available there. I think what you're talking about is we had a trailer that we've borrowed for the purposes of DUIs,
right.
And being able to work through that process of a DUI and the arrest process. We are probably not going to bring that up this year.
It didn't get used as much.
It didn't get used as much, which is good, right? We always hope that. I think what we saw with our increased presence on the roads and our increased presence in the areas that what we're seeing is that people, while they may not make the best choices, in the venue, they are making the good choice to not drive and use public transportation, which is a really nice thing for us to see. And I think that's probably our goal with public safety is to just make sure that they make good decisions, right? We're not going to be able to stop them for much anything else, but we can at least try to force that decision. So.
And we have State Patrol will be there as well. Does the State Patrol get compensated? Or does ESPN pay for the State Patrol time?
Yes.
Yeah, but ESPN doesn't pay for Pickens County Sheriff's time. Why is that? And they pay for the ambulance time. Everyone gets paid but the Sheriff's Department. Why is that?
You want me to take that one? That, I believe, predates back to the days of the bike race, and I'm going to forget what the name of that was.
Pro Cycle Challenge.
Thank you.
Nice.
The Pro Cycle Challenge, when the agreement, and again, I don't have proper documentation, so just going off memory, was that the agreement with them that all of those services would be provided for free since it was such a benefit to the county, and that all large special events should be given that same service, if you will. And so that's when X Games was put alongside and got that same service from the Sheriff's Department for free.
Yeah, and I think next year we should be looking at this in light of the Sheriff's Department need or ongoing requests for increased budget for public safety. I think that should be revisited for 2020. 2021, 2020. Well, this year is done, so I'm not going to suggest that we try to alter a contract, but I think in the future, the state police are getting compensated for, the ambulance district is getting compensated for, so why isn't the Sheriff's Department getting compensated for?
So it's certainly something that we can look at. I would note that the fire districts in the valley also haven't traditionally received compensation, as well as City of Aspen and Pickens County. But we can, at the board's direction, we can look at that, have that conversation with ESPN. The local contribution, and this is an estimate, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 to 125,000 each year. Approximately 80 to 85,000 of that typically is in-kind kind of contributions, and the rest is reimbursed.
We also use Basalt PD. Do we use Eagle County?
We use a number. There's actually a list of a number of both local,
Snowmass Village
state, and federal agencies that are providing support.
I mean, it's really not just to pick on ESPN and the X Games. It's more of a broader discussion in terms of what the Sheriff's Department is utilized for lots of special events throughout the year.
And it is correct that we've been operating, and it's a policy direction, I think, from 2012 or such that you're referencing, might have been 2013, where the board identified certain large special events that had either national or international types of coverage that we would provide some in-kind to. That was a time when the county was coming out of, as was the nation, out of the recession, and so that may be a different conversation now.
Yeah, and Pickens County, along with Town of Snowmass Village and City of Aspen, EOTC, contributes $150,000 to help the transit. So, I mean, I think we are providing, understanding the broader marketing aspect of it. We are providing substantial dollars. But when we look at staff, Sheriff's Department, which is understaffed, and you have to utilize overtime, and then the sheriff comes in and asks for the need for additional resources in terms of staffing. I mean,
yeah, we've seen that in the past. Kelly?
So I want to go back to transportation from a few minutes ago. What can you talk about the lighting? How long is the lighting going to be up for additional traffic control folks? How long, will that be all night long? Are you going to turn that off?
So yeah, we turn that off once the venue's clear, so that's typically around 1:30.
Okay, gosh, because there's some pretty dense housing right there. I imagine will be very bright, so that's a long time. And then I wonder, on Saturday night, you guys stop your shuttles at 9 o'clock from the Intercept lot, but the concert doesn't start until 10. And I'm wondering about the gap.
So where's that?
I'm looking at the calendar for transportation shuttles to X Games on Saturday, January 25th, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. But your concert starts at 10.
Do you have what she's looking at?
I don't know what you're.
Yeah,
I'm
not sure what that is, but we do have shuttles
Isn't
that
there
will run
website or something?
continual.
No, I'm looking.
Wait a second,
in the
I think I
packet.
know. Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, this one.
Wait.
Yep, the
Right
real
there.
small print.
The dinky one.
I read all the small
smallest
print.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Here.
So in the left column under shuttles to X Games. Hopefully that's a typo. It'd be great if
Yeah,
it
so
went to at least
we
the
run
start of the
transportation
concert.
all the way to an hour prior to the ending of the concerts, and the reason we stop early is because by the time you get on the bus, get to the
Oh,
venue,
sure.
get through bag check, the concert's over, now we're turning someone around to get in a line to leave, they're not very happy. And so we run transportation all the way up into an hour prior to the last scheduled end, and then regardless of what our scheduled time is that's advertised to leave the venue, if, for example, it's taking longer for whatever reason, snow, roads, accident on the road, we won't stop transportation until the crowd is cleared.
Okay.
So it's not like we're going to strand 200 people waiting for a bus. We'll just
You gotta
keep
wait
the
till
services
tomorrow
going.
morning at 7:30.
Good try.
Good to know. Thank you.
Put him out on the highway.
Was that it for George? Was that your? If I were to weigh in, I'd say my concern certainly echo George's. So I don't want to pile on too much, but I agree. I have a real problem subsidizing this. I think when it started, it made sense. These were different times. As I said last year and perhaps the year before, I think ESPN can pay its own way. And I'd love to see ESPN make a contribution this year to our sheriff's department so that they don't feel compelled to come to us and ask for supplemental appropriations. I think that, you know, there's you know, maybe it's our marketing. Maybe ACRA should be paying for this. But why are we paying for it? I'm just not convinced that everybody in our county thinks this is such a great idea. So I would certainly entertain the idea of revisiting the cost. What is the degree of subsidy that we provide to this, and why? I think that's a conversation we should have. As George says, maybe we can only have it next year. I understand that, but hey, we're available for contributions to our sheriff's expenses this year too.
Well, as the ACRA representative from this board, I will bring that up at the ACRA meeting and let you know what they have to say about that.
Okay, great. Maybe I'll come with you.
You're more than welcome to.
Okay, anybody else have a comment on this?
No, I want to thank you. It's a great event. We're glad to have it back. I think the overall marketing and exposure ability is great for this entire valley. It's not just a Pitkin County or a City of Aspen event or a ski. I mean, it's an economic driver throughout the valley and up and down the I-70 corridor. And people in those areas, retail, hotels, restaurants down valley, have come to rely on this to help them through their winter season. So it goes beyond, and I think it's an effort that we've been able to address the public safety issues over and over again. We've gotten really good at it, and it's a benefit valley-wide. And I want Greg's name to be listed first on the Board of Commissioners contact website, because I'm tired of everybody calling me first.
I don't know how that happened. Okay, well, thank you. If that's it, I think we don't have to.
No action.
We're out of special meeting. There's no action.
Thanks,
It's just
Vanessa. Good to
informative.
see you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for
Good luck
coming
on
in.
the successful
Thank you.
event.
Okay, yeah, good luck with the event.
Gabe, always good to see you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gabe. Thanks, Eileen.
You're welcome.
Okay. Up next, we have a leave policy discussion, and Cara is in the house. And Melissa.
Just coming up. Not doing this on my own. Good afternoon, Kara Silbernagel in the manager's office.
Melissa Knight with the Human Resources Office.
And we're here to follow up on the discussion that the board had on October 3rd, 8th, October 8th, regarding a paid parental leave program. So just a quick reminder and background for the board and for the public that may be watching is that when Pitkin County revised its leave program, the employee task force that was looking at this really created this leave philosophy that has been overarching for every other policy under the leave program as we move forward. And so it really is to encourage and honor employees' personal needs and well-being by balancing both the mutual public and employee trust to create happy, healthy, thriving organizations that supports a work-life balance. And I think the important part is that we recognize our responsibility for both public and employee trust. So just some quick background, why paid parental leave. I know the board talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, but just wanted to summarize some of your guys' discussion. Is Family Medical Leave Act. I don't know when that was approved, a long time ago, I guess, in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay. Requires employers to offer employees who've worked at least, I can put this in a presentation format, I apologize. It's a little bit bigger.
1983, did you say?
93.
I was going to say, I didn't get offered that one in 83 when I'm missing, so I'm going back.
So it requires
You can always adopt.
employers to offer employees who've worked basically about a year, roughly 1,250 hours in a year, up to 12 weeks of unpaid leave for the care of a family member or a new child. Historically, until Pitkin County revised their leave program just recently was that employees had to use paid time off or major sick leave to take the time to bond with a new child, which can exhaust employees' ability to both manage future appointments with their new child, maintain flexibility to deal with other life events, and also negatively impact economic security if they have to take unpaid leave or just kind of the undue stresses that come with that. So paid parental leave, as was discussed last time, offers both advantages to the employees and the employers. I think there's a lot of research that shows it increases employee morale, productivity, and labor force attachment by offering paid parental leave. And then numerous studies and health benefits that I won't go into about increasing providing paid parental leave provides economic security, increases the amount of time parents can spend with their new child, of parental engagement, use of health services, and less parental stress. So just a very, very brief summary, not to hit on all of it. So based on the discussion with the board on October 8th, where it landed was staff had presented 6 weeks of paid parental leave within the first year that employees would be paid at 100%. They would not be required to exhaust their paid time off, so they have those days for future appointments or other needs, and that employees must qualify for FMLA. And as far as the budgetary impacts, we budget for employee salaries throughout the year, so really the hard impacts are in the cost to backfill, and that those would be managed on a case-by-case basis. So from the discussion, there's a few key questions that the board had asked. So the first one is foster care and stillbirth included in FMLA, and is it inclusive of the policy? The answer is yes, and both are part of FMLA, and both would be covered under this proposed program. There's conversation about consecutive versus intermittent leave. What are the pros and cons? And Melissa can talk a little bit more about this, but she hosted an employee focus group of past new parents, I guess, and talked about a lot of different things, but also that intermittent leave does provide flexibility for families to plan for the first few months, especially given the limited childcare options for those first few months of daycare. And then based on some discussions we had with managers and leadership was that intermittent leave also provides flexibility to departments to manage workloads. So, some departments, they've found that in the past that intermittent leave, a lot of employees have that attachment to their own peers, and that whether it's 2 weeks on or 2 weeks off or whatever that might be, actually can help limit those budgetary impacts. So they were supportive of also looking at intermittent leave. Again, to the discussion that it would be approved in advance, not a day-by-day basis. And then additionally was what are the financial impacts to the county of expanding upon 6 paid weeks, and what are other employers in the community and the state doing? So Melissa has done some great work, and so we looked at what our peers were doing, and I think, do you want to speak on this one?
Sure. So as you can see here, we took some of the similar peers from the market analysis that we usually do with compensation and came up with this. So it's a really hot topic in terms of employers and where people are headed. So that's why I also included the proposed 2020 plans for some of these. But here in the county, here in the Roaring Fork Valley, Glenwood Springs is at 6 weeks of paid leave for their employees. Aspen Skiing Company is at 8 weeks of paid leave. And really in terms of being close to us, that's it. But we seem to see 6 weeks seems to be about the average, but a lot of them are looking and making changes for the future.
Biggest question is, when you say paid, is it 100% paid or a percentage?
These are all
100%.
These are all the ones that are offered at 100% paid. And I think what we've seen as well is those that are talking about doing it are looking at 6 weeks and above. And so I brought in what the state of Colorado has proposed, and then Kelly shared what if the defense spending bill passes,
I know.
then
To
the
all
federal
federal
government
workers
is that
coming out of defense spending for every federal worker?
So it currently covers military workers already, and they are looking at extending it to 2.1 million federal workers.
All federal workers.
12 weeks
Under the
paid
defense
leave.
bill?
Mm-hmm.
Paid for out of the defense fund.
I don't know what the,
Yeah.
if it's, well, I don't know if it comes from the defense fund.
Well, 'cause this is
Whatever
saying
the
defense
politics
spending
of
bill.
that's the conversation.
I mean, that's interesting.
The agreement that's been reached.
Can I ask another question?
Please.
On the backfill, we've already seen a request for backfill in ComDev.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be probably seeing more. Is your feeling is that if we do the intermittent leave, we might not see as much of that impact? Because that's another financial impact. I totally support paying 100%. Right now, I still believe in 8 weeks. I might be persuaded to more. But I need to look at the overall funding, the financial impact to the county budget. And if one department can squeeze it in because they have one person who's going to take a couple weeks here and then has there's a space where they won't need to backfill, I think that would be great. Might not happen. People might think they want to take it all at one time, and we don't know. We don't know how it's going to work out. But the fact that we already had one come through in the budget, and we budgeted $25,000 because we don't really know how much to budget for in 2020. So we did a little bit of budgeting.
Yeah.
And can I just, something to keep in mind, the backfill, that question always exists because employees are entitled to take 12 weeks. That doesn't go away. So just keep that in mind.
Well, it doesn't go away, but on top of that, we're paying them their full salary for 12 weeks, and we might have to backfill. And we're saying, oh, well, we always pay them for their salary anyway, so it's kind of a wash, except if we have to backfill, then we have to find more money in the budget to pay for that temporary worker, right? So that's what I'm saying, is we just need to look at the whole picture.
Can I walk through these? Because it'll share a little bit of the conversation that staff had of that exact same question, because it's so hard to predict.
It's a hard one to answer because we don't really know how to work.
Yeah, so let me walk through these and it'll kind of stack the answer to that question. So the first option, based on the discussion, was looking at, do we somehow peer with the FAA MLI legislation that we looked at, that we supported last year, is likely to come back. I did pull up the most recent recommendation from the task force in November, is they're looking at up to 90% wage replacement. So in talking with staff, and that's tiered based on your income, is that basically if you do 6 weeks paid at 100% and then you start doing some stacking, it becomes very complex administratively. And then I think Melissa can talk to, there's already so much that she heard from the focus group of what employees are trying to manage when they go on maternity leave. Just it's what benefit we're getting. It's not really a staff recommendation to kind of tier those two approaches. Anything you add on that piece?
Nope.
Okay. So then the staff started to look at, okay, let's go to 8 weeks. And that's where we start to see some other organizations that are starting to look. I think those that are starting to adopt seem to be trending more towards 8 weeks. And it obviously provides additional support to families with limited additional impact to the organization. And what I mean is going from 6 to 8 is probably a limited impact to the organization, but might be significant for families. And then coupled, this is the discussion that staff had, is with that intermittent leave flexibility, again, we don't know what new parents will choose to do, but some of the conversations we had with managers is that employees feel very, responsive to their peers and don't want to also put undue hardship on their coworkers in lieu of it. And so they felt that there's kind of this buy-in already from the employees to figure out some kind of intermittent program that maybe it's contract work for 4 weeks, maybe it's 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, but that it would likely minimize the backfill requests, but that the backfill requests will still come, but maybe it's not in the lump sum of 12 weeks or 14 weeks, maybe it's in a month or something. Again, really hard to predict, but that's kind of where managers fell and what they've seen today. And this is obviously before a paid program We then had a conversation of, okay, what would it look like if we went from 8? What is the difference between going from 8 to 12? And, you know, there's City of Boulder has it, possibly the U.S. government, but what are those additional backfill costs? And again, no one really understands what those costs may be. So I guess just to kind of tack onto this is that it's really hard to predict. We don't know the answer. That employees are all allowed to take the full 12 weeks. And so the question is a 6-week paid program, this is kind of where staff landed, is a 6-week program incentivize employees enough to take the full 12 weeks so we're already tasked with backfilling all 12 weeks? Or does incremental increases, does 8 weeks incentivize employees now to take the full 12 weeks? Or obviously a 12 weeks will incentivize the full 12 weeks. That's the confusing part, is that the key question is how incentivize our employees to now take the full 12 weeks and the county is backfilling regardless of what the paid parental leave program is. Follow?
No, I don't follow,
Yeah.
actually. I'm totally confused.
So,
How are we using the word incentivize?
I think they're the wrong questions.
So
in
if you
some
take 8
ways,
weeks,
but
we're going to incentivize you to
talk about
take
that
12, or
a
you're going to
little
be incentivized to take 12? I'm
So,
confused.
so let me unpack it a different way. As Kelly was saying, employees are entitled to take 12 weeks without jeopardy to their job.
Right.
And previously, employees who had sick time or other leave time or such could take the 12 weeks, use that time to replace income and come back. And that could be either all in one block or it could be intermittent under FMLA. So that portion hasn't really changed. And in the event that an employee did avail themselves of the full 12 weeks consecutively and had leave to replace, departments were either in a position where they were backfilling, maybe we got lucky and it happened at a slow time, who knows? Maybe it was backfilled by other employees working overtime. Maybe it was backfilled by bringing a temp worker or such in. So what we're doing now, and then the question is, if there was not enough leave or an employee did not want to utilize their leave for those 12-week blocks, would they cut that leave to a shorter period of time? So by providing parental leave, I think one of the questions is are we now incentivizing employees, and maybe for the right reasons, I don't mean that in any pejorative kind of sense, but incentivizing employees to take the full 12 weeks because they would not need to utilize leave in order to do that. And what we don't know is a number of things. We don't know when employees are going to be having children, in what departments, what the backfill needs are, and what their particular situations are in terms of whether they would have taken 12 weeks or not taken 12 weeks. So there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of variables in the equation. And so one way to look at it, one speculation would be, well, folks are going to take 12 weeks whether they have this income replacement or not. And we're going to be in the backfill kind of position regardless, because that we operate there under federal law. The other is, are we encouraging, and that's the incentive part, are we encouraging employees to take that 12 weeks at the birth of a child? And I think that is part of what the child leave program is really about at the end of the day. I mean, that's a policy decision for this board. But at the end of the day, if we're providing a child leave benefit, it is to encourage employees to take that 12 weeks, whether it be consecutively or broken up, for that child bonding period and to remove barriers. So I think it's logical to expect that employees are more likely to take that full 12 weeks at the birth of a child. And so the likelihood that departments would have to backfill in some capacity is probably increased.
Greater.
And that's
Well,
the
I can
thing.
tell you as a parent, if I was getting 12 weeks paid, I would take 12 weeks paid.
Yeah.
The thing is now you get 12 weeks because of the federal law, regardless of pay. You can use your sick time or your paid time off to fill in your income. And I believe that I would like them to be able to get into a paid program without having to utilize that time, because knowing kids, you're going to be spending time going to doctors or home with a sick kid where you'll need that backup. So that my question for me now is 8 weeks of full 100% pay versus 12 weeks. You could still take a month without pay, and I understand the bonding and and all that, but you have to look at the overall budgetary impacts that could be for the county. And so, I mean, it's a broader picture. And you also have to look at people who don't have kids and the fairness issue. I mean, I've been faced with that too. So it's a tough discussion because, I want more than anything to support people who are having children. But then again, we have how many employees in the county that we need to look out for the fairness issue here. So it's a tough one. I'm getting hands wagging on both sides of me, so I'll.
I'm just trying to clarify a few things. So our current policy is 12 weeks unpaid, and in the past, those who wanted to take some maternity leave off or paternity leave off, they were utilizing either sick days or vacation days.
Correct.
Okay, and so what staff has been working on is proposing an ability not to utilize vacation or sick days, but you have a paid program for up to 12 weeks. It could be anywhere from 1 week to 12 weeks, basically.
And so the board actually, when we came in October, had said 6 weeks paid was, a definite. I think the question was that was raised, should it be more than 6 weeks?
Okay,
That's what we walked away with. So we're at 6 weeks for sure now.
100% pay.
And at 100% pay. And what we told the board was we would go and have conversations back with managers and such and look at, an 8 or fully paid on 12 weeks. So that's really what's
all
in
right,
front
great.
of you
So
now.
then my last question is, so through your conversations internally, what was sort of was there consensus or a staff recommendation?
I would say no.
No,
I think the
okay.
staff really said it's up to the board. They understand and support both. But again, coming back to the backfill costs, we don't know the difference, and so they can make,
But I did read in the memo that if we went with the difference between 8 weeks or if you're going to go 8 weeks or 12 weeks, but 10 weeks didn't really make much of a.
Yes, it was kind of, if you go 8, the jump to 10 was, if you're going to if you want to go above 8, the staff recommendation was then, look at 10, look at 12.
All right, thank you.
Kelly.
If you're going to go above 8, look at
This
12.
won't surprise anyone here that I'm an unabashed supporter of 12 weeks. And, if you'll give me a few minutes to just sort of give some more detailed thought about these specific topics as to why. Looking back, the FMLA conversation started at 6 months and then sort of politically eroded down to 12 weeks. And Pat Schrader, who is the champion congresswoman behind this, wouldn't even attend the 20th year anniversary of FMLA because she said, you have done nothing to increase this benefit. I'm not coming to celebrate this because of just the biological reasons as to why a longer leave is more beneficial for families. So, a little bit of why I said I think the questions are a little bit of the wrong questions is because, the question of how we're going to value the new start to the next generation and the parents raising those children, I think has to be on the table here too. And some of the look at why 8 weeks versus 12 weeks, I think there's some real concrete evidence as to why 12 weeks is better. Now, some of that is for a woman who's recovering from a cesarean section, you know, is just getting cleared at 8 weeks to drive, to pick up her child. You know, so from like a physical healing aspect of maternal health, there's some real evidence there. You know, when I was in the hospital at Aspen Valley Hospital, they make you watch a video and they give you this information about this program that they call Purple. And it has to do with infant fussiness, crying. It's all sort of targeted towards, you know, don't shake the baby a little bit, right? And how you manage the frustration for new parents. And in that, they say that the peak fussiness for children and colic is 7 to 9 weeks, is when those babies hit multiple hours in a day for crying. And so we're trying to send parents back to work at that time when it might be actually the most difficult time in the first, you know, part of raising an infant. So I think those are some real things for us to consider about what we're asking parents to do at a difference between 8 and 12 weeks. By 12 weeks, babies are just sleeping better. You know, that peak fussiness has subsided. Breastfeeding is, you know, set in as a practice. I had mentioned in our first meeting that, you know, the pediatric neurologist had said breastfeeding is a magic bullet, and we should be encouraging people to do it, you know, for the full 6 months exclusively, and supporting people as best as possible. And so again, just thinking about mothers returning to work, you know, that's still every 2 hours while they're here at work, whenever they return in that first 6 months, in order to be able to reach that 6-month threshold. And that's tough, you know, breastfeeding is natural, it is not easy. So some things to keep in mind for there. And then when I just think about this backfill, you know, I think this is exactly the point to hone in on, is, you know, how we administer this backfill question. But I think if we look at the characteristics of who that burden is going to lay on, you know, 12 weeks, say 6 weeks paid, another 6 weeks unpaid is what our employees are entitled to, would be entitled to if we make no change today. Is, you know, the ones who are here of longer tenure are going to have built up time, and they're going to be able to take it off. The ones who have higher salaries, they're going to be able to absorb the additional cost. So we're looking at putting that burden of how we deal with the backhold on our newer employees who are our lower wage earners, because they're the ones that are going to say, I can't afford to come up with a difference in these 6 weeks, and I have to go back to work. And I just don't think that that reflects our values as a board. I think that we should be on the leading edge of this and take 12 weeks. You know, I said it before, you know, we have this notion of people have babies every day. That is true. I think we need to think of it as bodies and lives and families are transformed every day. And we should support that. And we should support that for the 1 or 2 times in the entire duration of somebody's 40 to 50-year career that they may need this extra time off, and pay them for it. Because we know it's going to retain them. We know their loyalty is going to increase in the long term. We know it makes a difference between dads and their participation in parenthood. We know that this economic buffer leads to greater educational attainment over time. You know, these are all things that we support as a board, and I think we should just do it for the handful of employees who are going to need to take advantage of it on an annual basis.
Thanks, Kelly.
That was really good, Kelly, good information. But then I have to then think about the people whose children or spouses or mothers or fathers are dying of cancer.
I totally agree with you. And I know that family program is something they debated, and they could probably speak to as well.
And I can speak, I can't answer it, but we have fulfilled the employee task force that's been looking at leave remains committed to employees to also look at that equity piece, and we're going to look at creating a focus group on the other side of caring for families.
I also think, if I can finish, I also think it's important that fathers get to take this, because I think it's important for that bonding time, and that I totally believe in the being able to use it intermittently because of work issues, or just sometimes it just works better that way for the parents. I totally support that. But you know, fathers don't have C-sections, fathers don't breastfeed, we're still gonna give, you're still asking us to give them 12 weeks off. Not all mothers have C-sections, and they actually go back to driving sooner and back to work sooner than 10 weeks or 12 weeks medically. But all that being said is I can support, unless the discussion causes me to go otherwise, 8 weeks. I'll go up from my 6 to 8. And let's just see how it goes for a year and bring it back and reevaluate, see how much backfill we end up having. It depends on how many babies we have. But I think in looking at the overall county budget, I think that's supportable. And I think it's workable as long as it meets. We can hear from the parents, both mothers and fathers, who utilize it for the next year and see where we go. And then we can always see where other entities are doing and how they're doing and what they're seeing with backfill costs or the usage by parents, and we can reevaluate and not move it down, but maybe move it up.
Steve?
I'm wondering about the intermittent leave piece of the policy. If someone did take 8 weeks off, I'm just trying to picture how someone would use if they had 8 weeks totally off and then 4 weeks of intermittent leave after that. How would that compare to just the 12 weeks off in terms of partly, and I guess I direct the question partly to you, that how would a mother use that? Would it be better to have
I mean, you can't tell.
intermittent thing or just the total 12 weeks off
Sure.
in your estimation?
I mean, under FMLA, they get to decide that anyway.
Mhm.
Right? So whatever our policy says doesn't preclude that person from accessing FMLA to take 12 weeks off either at once or intermittently. So I don't know the benefit of writing that into a policy. I mean, from a family's perspective, flexibility is
So
more advantageous than not.
So the federal law allows you to take your 12 weeks whenever you want to take it over that year?
It's intermittent. This follows, we wanted to follow FMLA as closely as possible because we use that as a standard
So
for
you have to qualify. So
qualification.
right now, 6 weeks paid, you can take it a week here, 2 weeks there, up to 6 weeks.
And I think, to
Interesting.
the flexibility, I know the conversation, I think in the organization, frankly, everyone's circumstance is different. Yeah. People may have different family circumstances, different support needs for the child. A spouse may have different types of leave requirements. And so we felt it was best if we're providing this benefit to provide it consistent with FMLA, which we're already administering anyway.
Right.
If I may, Steve, just add to the answer that Kelly gave you, but sometimes, moms or dads may choose to take off 6 weeks in terms of FMLA to start that initial bonding period, and then some moms or dads may decide to only come back to work 3 days a week. So they come back to work 3 days a week, and then they use 2 days intermittently to stretch out their a shorter time with them to help with daycare costs, bonding, so forth and so on. So there's a lot of different ways you could slice the puzzle in terms of intermittent leave, but that's one way that some parents do help with the adjustment because there's a lot of emotional stuff that comes along with, transitioning into a family.
Would it have any difference on postpartum depression incidents? One, looking at the different options we're looking at.
I mean, I don't have any scientific evidence behind that, but I know that just having a kid 5 years ago, I was able to take off 18 months because of our situation, and it was probably the best, best part
Are
of my
you
whole
recommending we give people 18 months off?
I am not recommending we give
Wanna
people 18
clarify.
months.
I had to drop my daughter off at 6 weeks.
And it does, and I wish I could find this study in my notes here to tell you.
It will make a difference in postpartum depression, but postpartum depression is mainly caused by hormonal imbalances. But overall, the emotional impact of having to drop your kid off at 6 weeks at childcare was enough to send anybody over the edge.
So, and this is from Colorado Children's Campaign. Each week of paid leave up to 12 weeks reduces the odds of a new mother experiencing symptoms of postpartum depression.
Okay. That's one study. But there are also other studies, but I think it definitely helps a parent to not have to not be under the pressure of having to go back to work, you know, in 6 weeks, and some even go back before that if you can find childcare. It's brutal, so that's why I would, again, move towards looking at 8 weeks paid with, consistent with Family Medical Leave Act, and evaluating in a year and seeing what the financial impacts are and what the use is and what works for the parents and what we need to do, maybe make it better.
Yeah, I'm just picturing if, the mom, I'm trying to imagine the life of the mom. And at a certain time, they probably would like a break and have the husband be there taking care of the baby.
And I'll just
Now,
give you, I
doing
mean,
the
my
intermittent
personal,
thing,
you
and
know.
that could be healthier for the,
Right.
you know, the best family
And
relationship
I don't know if
between
you
the
remember,
parents
Steve, what
and
I
the
said
baby.
to you, and I, you know, I mean, I came back with Aloysius because he was such an easy baby, and I always said, listen, I reserve the right to take time off later, because who knows if this changes, okay?
Yeah.
Because there is some, you know, you just don't know.
Of course,
It's
the
every
father,
narrative is
depending on
different.
who they're working for, they might not get the family leave.
Mhm.
If the,
But you have
say
to,
the
it's
mom's
required by
working for
state
the
law,
county,
and by
but the
federal
dad's not. The dad might not be allowed to do the intermittent leave kind of a thing and spend time taking care of the baby.
So what would you guys like to do?
I would,
I don't hear anybody.
I'm still
proposing.
having trouble understanding why we can't get a better fix on the cost for this. I also wanted to just say that I'm appreciating the irony having a conversation where we're going to subsidize Walt Disney Company and ESPN for the equivalent cost of a paid family leave program, but we're having this conversation right after it. It's kind of,
Oh, now Walt Disney's gonna pay for the Family Medical Leave Act?
I wish they would, but I'm just thinking, you know, we're deliberating what we can afford to do here, yet we're
You know where I wanna go,
subsidizing the X Games. So I would say, if you'll all support me in canceling subsidies for the X Games, I will get behind 12.
That's a different conversation, I hope you.
No, my
I'll take
leaning
that
is,
You gotta
quid
make
pro
a hard
quo.
decision, you can't tit for tat. What are you suggesting? I mean, I'm just trying to move this conversation
Right.
forward here.
Right. I am, until I get a better understanding of what it's gonna cost, I think I'm tempted to say, yeah, let's do the whole thing. Is 12 weeks enough? But I'm concerned. If I hear Patty's concern, I'm thinking that, you know, we bump it up to 8 weeks and we watch it, and then maybe next year we bump it up again. I want to get an understanding of what our actual cost will be.
And what the usage is, what
I'm
really
just,
works for the
you
parent.
know, we're talking about an incremental cost now of backfilling over 4 weeks for a handful of employees in a year.
Right, so
Who
what's the
can
actual
still
cost?
take it?
Somebody tell me what that will, you know, what we're talking
They
25,000?
can take it, but they're not paid for those 4 weeks.
We could give you a number, but we'd have to admit we were making it up, Greg. We could,
Within a
just because
margin of error.
we don't
And I think it wouldn't be a real number. Again, I think this is a values conversation because you could have a year where you have 2 people use it, and then you could have a year where 10 people use it.
Right.
And their situations are going to be totally different because their departments are going to be totally different. Their structure of work is going to be totally different. You know, so I just don't think that it's like a realistic thing to, you know, to sort of balance the decision on. At the end of the day, it's all going to be somewhat of a guess, and we're going to say, do we value this or do we not value this? The reasons why I think there's a difference between 8 and 12 is, like I said, you know, you're sending people back to work when their baby's at their most fussy. That's also when their babies need their first round of shots. People who are working are less inclined to take their babies for vaccinations. Hopefully, I don't think, you know, we have an educated crew here. That probably wouldn't happen, but that is something to consider. You know, whereas at 12 weeks, you have, you know, this bonding is more fully fleshed, breastfeeding is more fully fleshed. These babies are sort of past these difficult points in just natural child development at 12 versus 8.
We're talking about both mothers and fathers too, so not just mothers. So, and I understand Kelly's concerns, and it's not that I don't value my employees, I don't value parenting. I just think we need to look at the county organization as a whole, and I think we need a place to start, and I think we start at 8 weeks and then reevaluate and see how much it's used and get the input from people who utilize the program, or people who don't utilize the program and have concerns. And then we can bring this conversation back and have another vetting. Either
And
that
I
or-
don't think we'll have any more information at that time. That's gonna.
Well,
move
I'm
this
on a more
needle.
positive on that, and I think we will have some more information at that time.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn between what you're proposing. And I mean, I kind of like the idea of having the period of intermittent, which you're indicating in here, it's harder to manage that for like filling in.
But it's already allowed by the federal law. Intermittent is already part of Family Medical
But
Leave
people
Act.
can already do the intermittent
Yeah,
for a variety of reasons.
whatever reason.
Their parents need more help or whatever their life situation is right then. So, I mean, Kelly, you make a compelling argument, and what do they do in European countries that have, to me, the European countries there,
We're not even in the same, like, universe. as we're-
well, I know, but
They let you
that's
take
why
out
I
the
asked
rest of your life
question.
fully paid.
I mean, we're used to thinking, you know, this American system doesn't even compare to what they do in Europe in many things to do
So-
with healthcare. So what?
It doesn't really matter what they do in
Anybody know what
Europe.
is the family leave policy in?
You know, they have social health care in Europe, Steve. We don't have that here. So, I mean, you know, you know what? We have a fund balance of over $8 million. The difference between 8 weeks and 12 weeks at the most may be a low six figure, right? I would guess. $8 million fund balance. I think the county can afford to do this.
Okay, again, I'm gonna have to say, we keep using that as an excuse to fund things. I'm not talking that this is not at the top of our issues of funding, but we keep using it. We need to fund this, we need to fund that. We keep picking away at our fund balances.
Okay, but I'm supporting 12 weeks, okay? I'm sort of getting tired of this. The conversation, we're just going in circles.
Well, I'm not gonna change my mind just because you're getting tired
No,
of the
no,
conversation.
That's fine, but 12 weeks, we've got a large fund balance. I think we can afford to do this as a county, as a leader. So I'm supporting 12 weeks.
Appreciate
So I maybe am the swing vote, and what I'm gonna say is I will go for the 12 weeks, but I want a report like in a year's time. How did it work? What are the budgetary implications?
And I wanna add to
Also,
that.
I'm curious, what is the effect on retention of the employees?
Well,
Which
they're not gonna
there's,
quit. They're parents.
maybe
They
we
can't.
don't get data from our own situation, but looking at, you know, statistical across other entities that are using 8 versus 12 weeks.
Yeah.
I would think that the happier you can keep the employees, the better the retention rate is
And that's
going
what
to be.
studies from states who have paid parental leave for longer durations are showing.
If we're gonna go in that direction, then I'm gonna request we have a serious discussion about paid 12 weeks for people whose families have serious or critical illnesses. Because if I'm gonna value my employees, I'm gonna value them across the board, not just for those who have children like I do. I'm a mother. I had significant health issues with both of my children and did not have any backup and any support. Did not have colicky babies, did not have, took time off to have my babies vaccinated. My husband never came, it was always on the shoulders of mom. But I think that we need to look at this program for everybody who's in need within the county as an employee.
Okay, thank you. I think that I'm going to be willing to try the 12 weeks.
We're not going to call it back. If we're going 12 weeks, we're going to
I think
keep
we're going
it.
to review it. We're going to see it in another year, and we're going to see what else needs to be done. It's hard because we don't know enough. Of course, we can never do enough. But as George points out, this is something we can try this year, and there may be unforeseen consequences, as Patty suggests. But I'm convinced of the value of it.
I don't think employers are going to run out and get pregnant. one never knows.
I think it's directly
It's not
benefit
that
and
careful
improve.
One other little
I will
piece of
advise
the
them what the
puzzle
real
is,
parenting
like
skills
at
are.
the,
I think parents with
the
teenagers should get
Aspens-
12 weeks of paid leave.
the Aspen School District provides daycare at the school. And that would be another option that we're not looking at here, but, you know, if
Just
new
bring 'em to
moms
Patty.
could bring their baby to
Bring 'em
work
in.
with them and have not, you know, have someone else taking care of it during part of the day, and the baby's close by and they can go in and out as needed, that would be another
Aspen
option
Valley.
down the road that we could look at.
You put them right here in the paid
designed this
playground.
as a ball pit.
You
for
would
the
have to
future.
remove all the wires and cords. But Steve, Aspen Valley Hospital used to have daycare right across the street and they got rid of it. Now
there's
it's
a
the
lot of
homeless
work.
shelter.
All right, I think you've got direction.
Thank you.
Can I just say, when we started this conversation at the staff level, we started at 4 weeks, and you guys debated between 8 and 12. Like, that is amazing. And so on behalf of all the staff that have had these discussions, I'm going to say this is not a debate I think many places have. And so it's very clear how much you as the board appreciate staff, whether it's an
To look
8.
at all of our staff, not
Yes.
just those who want to have children.
Absolutely.
And that's on our agenda, Patty.
I'm really
Yeah.
serious about that. We're going to
When
be
you go-
valued and fair. We're going to be valued and fair.
When you go back to staff and tell them about this,
George, you can't leave.
tell
Sit
them
down.
that certainly is not an incentive to go out and have children.
Our
We want them
insurance
to be
covers birth
prudent
control.
and-
We all loved having Al Wishes
Yeah.
in here. That was so
Yeah, let's not
fun.
get carried away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Some
Okay.
cartoons on that
I think
TV,
we're gonna,
a little
we
ball
have
pit.
time for a break. I think we should
Well,
take
we
a-
don't have,
We're
is
not-
everybody here for the next? Don't we have other people coming for
Is
this?
it just you? Let's give it, let's give 5-10 minutes.
Well, we don't have the rest of the team here
10
to
minutes.
discuss.
They'll be on, they'll come in as soon as we're ready for them.
Did I hear there were snacks
There's
upstairs?
3. Yep. I'm gonna be there right now. sure. And where are we? Right, this is Grassroots. Let me know when you're back. We're back. All right. Phillips Mobile Home Park discussion. Phyllis is here with the whole gang.
We have our consultant team back, Phyllis Mattice, Deputy County Manager. And the purpose of this meeting is regarding the site planning. So we're focused in on that aspect of the Phillips Park. And with us is the DHM team that we've been working with for, over a year. And finally getting to a place where we're hoping today we'll get some directions so the team can begin pre-application for development there. And with me is, I'll let you all introduce yourselves.
Bob Schultz.
Laura Kirk with DHM Design.
Jay Hammond with SGM Engineers.
Can I ask one quick question, just Phyllis? So what does that mean by getting ready for pre-application for development?
Well, as we look at the site, we've talked about needing to move units off of particular areas. So where would be the receiver sites to actually identify those, find out where the board is interested in narrowing down. One of our past discussions, we called it the Chinese menu. We gave you like 100 different sites that you can have units at. So today's conversation is going to be attempting to narrow that down so we can begin a planned phase. So if we want to move 10 units from somewhere, where would they go? Where's the most likely spot on the property?
But who are we doing the application to or for?
Picken County.
So through ComDev, and then does that, just to understand the process, and then does
Oh,
that
I
go to
understand.
P,
Gotcha.
does that have to go to P&Z?
Yes.
Then? Okay.
So, and depending on what process you decide to go through, it has been our practice to go through locations and extent. So the application would not come back to you as applicants. It would go to the planning commission, and then they would vote it up or down. Then that, if they vote it down, would come back to you.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but really the purpose today is to get enough direction from the board so that we can go to site plan, as Phyllis was saying. And that's really twofold. One, it's the ability to move the project forward. It also then lays the foundation for us to go and look for partnerships or talk to other entities for land that's not being utilized that may be better managed by, whether it's an open space and trails program or what have you. We need to start getting some stakes in the ground about what the site plan is going to look like so that we can move the project forward. We think we've gotten enough information to this point and have the alternatives narrowed down enough that hopefully we'll be able to get that direction from you today.
All right, thanks.
Great, so just looking at our key decision items again, reading off your agenda, is that what types of housing do we prefer in the property, what location?
Mike.
Oh, sorry. What types of housing, what location for housing, proposed solar and agricultural plans, how to go forward with those, and what recreational opportunities should be planned on the property are the four key questions for today. Hope I didn't take your first line there.
No problem.
So, as we've just been talking, today we're going to talk a little bit about kind of a master plan for the site. In some of our previous conversations, we've really been focused on the housing, and we want to back up and look at all of the opportunities on the site. So we're going to talk about some of the public access opportunities. We're also going to spend quite a bit of time talking about housing opportunities, and as we mentioned, our request for today is direction on how to move forward. In terms of the milestones, we've completed the scoping, and so today we're talking about site planning alternatives, and then we would use 2020 to do the necessary design and technical work to submit a land use application potentially in the fall of 2020. Just an important kind of foundational part of our work over the last year has been, being true to and remembering both the Picken County strategic goals as well as the underlying findings from the health impact assessment that was done for the project. And so those things that really focus on quality of life are integrated into our master planning effort. So we want to talk about all of the things that could happen at this site besides housing. And so first of all, we're going to talk about some of the things like river corridor improvements, recreation, agriculture, et cetera. And then we'll get into the housing specific discussion and talking a little bit about some of the infrastructure requirements as well as the financial model for the project.
One of the things that separates this project in some ways from previous efforts to retain mobile home parks is that you bought a bunch of additional land, and with that land came some opportunities for the greater public that may not have been opportunities in other settings. So one of those is a really significant and important river corridor. There's about 7.5 acres that we've identified that really could be managed for the benefit of the river corridor. There's the potential to partner with Healthy Rivers, Open Space, perhaps others. There's the ability to get some aging wastewater infrastructure out of that corridor. So this is a bit of a reminder that there is a little bit of a difference between the opportunities that existed here than some of the other projects that either the city or the county has done in the past because of the amenities that are there. There's some pretty important fish habitat through the area, and there's been DHM did an initial assessment of the site and found the riparian area is in pretty good shape on the hillside, and on the river view side there's some work to be done and some bank restoration. But once again, these are grand opportunities rather than starting with something that's really degraded and trying to recover it. Same thing on the recreation side with regard to the river. Everybody is probably aware of the challenges of access to the public to the river because of Colorado state law and the fact that people own the property underneath the rivers. And so there's an opportunity, if the county so choose, to provide some public access here. It could be fishing access, it could be boating access, it could be picnic, passive place to just sit and watch the river float by and enjoy your day. Those are things that are to be figured out in the future, but from the master planning perspective, we want to make sure that we're aware of those opportunities and that we think about those when we look at the other uses that are proposed.
Can you, the partner with open space, I think we need to add to that, to partner with Healthy Rivers and Streams and CPW, because CPW is doing a lot of thing with river access, boat access, and because they're doing a major project, Mid-Valley, and I think it would be appropriate to bring them in on this too.
We have been in conversation with them, so they...
The CPW?
Yes. Less about that, and so that's something that we should bring to the conversation, but we have shown them some of the preliminary site plans to make sure that they didn't have concerns about where the developments...
Wildlife issues in general.
Wildlife issues in general.
But they're doing
But we
a lot
haven't
of
talked to them about the partnership opportunities, so that's a good suggestion.
Good source. Thank
Steve
you.
has a question.
We might want to include the state land board in that discussion too, because part of that land on the riverside is theirs, and they might be really good partners in doing something on that
Us to
side.
buy it. I think they want us to buy it from them,
Well, if we're not,
that little
we
sliver.
talked originally about buying it
Yeah.
or somehow, but if we're not keeping housing over there, there's
Yeah.
really no reason. They can keep the land, but then they could be partners in a recreational opportunity or whatever on the riverside.
Certainly no harm in reaching out to them and sharing ideas and seeing if there's any interest. So there's also some other access opportunities. This is the trail that guess I don't know how to use this thing. But
There's a
there's a
cursor on
chance to turn a trail into a loop trail that we've identified going up a draw that currently has some
That's where you're trying to go.
pedestrian use. So there's currently a trail up through here. There's the opportunity, if we so choose, the county so choose, to connect and turn this into a loop trail opportunity. There's the swinging bridge that's there now. At some point, could be replaced with something that is a little more substantial. The ranch house, some of the discussion has been, is that become another housing unit, or could it be a community space? From a site planning perspective, I think we can accommodate both in a plan and make that decision farther down the road and keep all of our options alive. And once again, there's potential partners for funding to try and pursue some of those types of ideas.
Hey, Bob, is that bridge something that needs to be addressed immediately, or is it just an option that we would have to improve it?
Right now, it's closed for use, and so it doesn't present a threat. If we were going to open it up for use, then I think you would want to do something different and have some analysis done of the existing bridge, and then if you wanted something more substantial, then, for instance, if you had a desire to allow fishing access on both sides of the river, then it might make sense to do something that would facilitate that. That's a part of the discussion that can come down the road, how much access you want the greater public to have. But one of the interesting things when you start working on master planning this site is you see those opportunities for the county as a whole, in addition to the housing opportunities.
When did we close it for use? Because I thought it was in use when we were down there.
It's not open for public use, though.
Oh, not for public, but it's used for private use. It's not totally closed for use. People are still walking across it, was my understanding.
We have runners that go back and forth that have to for a train.
But you're not on
You
mic,
have to
but
talk
yeah, I
to
got
your risk management people. I don't want to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't remember us making a decision to close it for internal use, but
We don't have one yet anyway, so, okay.
Another one of the issues that we've talked about a few times in the past that we've done some additional homework to respond to your questions is the agricultural opportunities. Some soils analysis was performed, and it came back that these could be viable ag fields again. And so upon your direction, we stopped looking at that upper field in this drawing that really is the one that's most viable, at least in terms of something like haying. In terms of the layout of the property, it also gets a lot of sun. So there is the water and the soil is available for that. The county has encouraged agriculture in this area in the past, and so that is an opportunity that exists here as well. The commissioners also asked about renewable energy. We worked with SunSense and had them come out and do a site-specific analysis, and we looked at an area above the ditch on the toe of the slope, and we were trying to think through what really is practical out there. And we also met with Core at the site, and the discussion was about new units and doing kind of a single meter going into a set of new units and then sub-meters off of that. And that's really not that important, other than to say they've been thinking about a way to try and make this practical, because doing 20 individual meters wasn't going to be a practical solution. For 20 units, they thought about 100 kilowatts would be good for planning purposes. Obviously, once there's known units, we would revisit that. It is scalable, but it's about 1/4 of an acre to accommodate a 100 kilowatt system that would be 20 units based on what we know about those units today. There was some interest and support from Core, but obviously they need a lot more information before they could know whether they want to be involved or not.
So these are the 20 units you're talking about existing or new units?
No, this would be focused on new,
If we decide on 20 new units?
right, right.
Wanted that if in there. just-
Pretty difficult to retrofit the existing units? Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, what was SunSense's assessment of the site? It is in the Snowman's Canyon beginning, and there's less sun there, especially during the winter time. So what with this
And that's why
particular
we
site,
ended up a little bit higher there, up above the ditch, because it got us a little bit of elevation, and the farther you go down on the up valley end of the property, the more sun you get. So that was the area they suggested that we look at putting a system.
Mhm.
And it is scalable, so if we ended up wanting 125 kilowatts or whatever, that there's the ability to accommodate it there. We also have, we'd be working with CPW on that issue as well.
but that site did get enough sun even in the wintertime to be
You end up
be viable.
oversizing it a little bit, but yeah, there's a way to get it done.
Kelly?
Yeah, and that was my question, just about scalable. So if you have 40 houses, you use a half acre and kind of that increment? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we just had to pick a number for them
Sure.
to get their arms around what we would be looking at, and I needed a size of acreage to put on a drawing, and so that's 1/4 of an acre on that drawing, plus or minus.
And just, this would be for new units, not for the existing units. It's too difficult to retrofit the existing units to make that work.
So there were a lot of the things that we had talked about in master planning, the strategic plan, and the HIA that, we can figure this out. The one that was least promising is transportation opportunities, and that there's great bike access to the site, and as George knows very well, and as far as expecting a higher level of route service, talked to Dave Johnson at RAFTA, and I looked at the number of embarkations, and this is a site that even if we doubled it, wouldn't justify an additional level of service. So the expectation that I think we're going to see a bunch more transit service out here. I think our best case scenario is we lower the cost per rider on the existing service down to a more manageable level. There's about 26 average trips a day on the Woody Creek route, not just here, but anywhere. And so if you assume that 2 of those is one person, that's about 13 people a day on average. And obviously it fluctuates, but it's just a very low ridership route at this time.
So now,
Go ahead.
we were going to move into the discussion on housing. I don't know if you have any questions on what we've presented so far, or keep going? Okay.
I do have a question.
Sure.
On, with regards to the agricultural fields, so on the illustration you had 3, but on the narrative you had suggested 2. And so I just want to know, which one are you not recommending?
That's going to get us into housing opportunities, because if we're going to put additional units, we would put them somewhere. So we'll show you. If we avoid the riparian zone and the field that's most suited to agriculture, I think you're going to find us looking at the middle field as a place that's potential for housing.
In terms of the agriculture also, I would love to see a community garden possibility there. So part of it could go to an agricultural lease to somebody who's going to be able to use a bigger acreage, but and I guess that would be up to the homeowners and the residents there if they really want that, but I'd like to provide that opportunity.
Patty?
And where on this, with the middle field and lower field, would be the best access to the river? I thought it was somewhere in there, and so where would that be through those fields? Because we're going to put housing there. If we were to choose to put housing on the middle field, is that where the river access opportunity might be? I don't remember.
The lower field was the area that we walked around,
The lower field down.
down by where those sheds are.
Yeah,
That's below, the area below that is what we're calling the lower field, so below the house where
right,
Hiram's
right, and
living.
that would be where river access, would that be for a boat ramp though? Or would that just be for human access to walk down there and wade?
In the past, at least, Healthy Rivers has mentioned the possibility of that being over on the Riverview side.
Over on the other side where they might put a ramp, or we might think about putting a ramp. Okay, just want to make sure we don't leave that out of the equation.
And Patty, what is shown as the middle field here is actually vertically a fair distance above the river. There's still a pretty
Right.
good embankment from the middle field down to the river.
Right.
So,
I knew there was some opportunity we had talked about, but I guess it was just foot by foot. Okay, because the lower field might be a good place for a community garden. In the shade.
In the
Grow
shade.
shade plants.
So, you know, that we wanted to move now into the discussion about the housing opportunities, recognizing that the property was bought with housing funds. And so to review a couple of items that we've taken away from previous discussions with the BOCC, we are looking at development on the bench above the existing hillside units. We're assuming that there's no housing on the Riverview side. Preservation of the upper ag field, no net loss of housing, and a desired unit count of somewhere between 40 to 70 units total. So that's what we took forward into looking at various housing options. And so we've looked at 5 primary sites within, I'm going to wait on that for a minute. Nope, just wait a second. I'm at 5 primary sites, and then 4 different kind of types of housing units. So above the hillside, you'll see that bubble there, the shed area, which we walked around where they're doing the cleanup right now, the middle field, the upper field, and then what's called the 1979 sites. So we're going to talk in depth about the above the hillside, the shed area, the middle field. We're not going to talk about the upper field because we're assuming that that is preserved for agricultural purposes or community garden or something like that. And then the 1979 sites, from the additional work that we did there, the road grades, the grading in general, the vertical elevation that it takes to get a road up there and then housing in there, we were ending up with really significant retaining walls. So the areas that we're focused on for discussion today are above the hillside, the shed area, and the middle field. And then we looked at 4 different types of units in these 3 areas that we're going to focus on here: tiny homes, single wides, double wides, and multifamily units.
So I would like to make a clarification.
Sure.
Or a correction or an addition.
Sure.
About tiny homes. Having recently attended the Manufactured Housing Community Conference, it's like my 3rd one, I think tiny homes are homes that are tiny, not necessarily the tiny homes on trailers. There are some great examples. Greg was just in Louisville, Colorado, looking at these new studio sheds. There's a lot of opportunities for small square footage homes that are made somewhere else, brought in, put on a foundation, that may be a good opportunity for us for housing, new housing units, for people who want to downsize and live in smaller square footage, that have appropriate storage areas. So they're not what some people think are transient community tiny homes. They're just homes that are tiny. The other question I have, or comment, is with the above hillside. My understanding, my first understanding, it was too steep for homes. Then we walked it, and then it was perfect because it was flat up there. And now I'm being told, or it's my understanding that it's in the discussion, that because of the slope, we have to build them somewhat subgrade into the hillside for retaining wall purposes. So now we're getting into slope issues. Is that correct?
That's correct. So why don't we...
Just because I just needed to make sure I didn't forget to bring that up.
Yep. Well, why don't we go into the above the hillside bench area? One of the things we think that you can, this is a photo from Highway 82 going up Valley, that we're going to be able to get housing in there, and the visual impacts aren't going to be too great from the highway. And so we've looked at tiny homes, single wides, double wides, and multifamily. And when we looked at, these are tiny home lots, and so we looked at a lot that was 42 by 26 feet. That's a little over 1,000 square foot lot. And we have done some work on kind of a tiny home properties down in Durango. The lots were a little bit smaller than that, and what they found was that those lots may be too small, and that's why we've kind of, we're suggesting this lot size here, because we do need to think about storage and cars and things like that. So that's sort of the size lot that we're looking at here. Now, when we looked at this, what happens, because it needs to be a flat lot, and you start looking at the size of the lot, a roadway through that, that the grade is such that we end up with retaining walls, and the wall heights, when we're looking at sort of a tiny home lot size, was in the 12-foot kind of range. When we scaled those lot sizes up for single wides or double wides, those retaining walls get exponentially bigger, so that they're kind of a 30-foot wall for a double wide, which seemed undesirable from both a cost and an aesthetic.
Could you point out just the location of the retaining walls, just to give us an idea where you're talking about the walls themselves? Is it on the uphill side of the road?
It's on the uphill side of the road. Yep. So so that's where, if we go to the next slide.
And we'll go back there for a sec, please.
Sure.
So, but when I look at the contour lines above the road, if you look at the more on the eastern side,
Down at the curve there?
down on the lower part, that looks like it's a better option without having to utilize retaining walls, or no?
Down.
Oh, this way, down here?
1979.
The 1979. The
Well,
problem.
No, you've got this whole row here, but here you got strong contour lines here.
And down further.
And here it's a little, so is it retaining walls needed for the entire scope, or are there some areas that would be better suited, and maybe, if so, you just don't have as many lots up there?
There is variation in the size of the walls in different locations. We use some of the peaks as, is this going to be acceptable? And then when we get to the next slide and talk about the alternative, it seemed like this solved a lot of problems.
So these would be the ones that were utilizing the slope as the back wall of the house.
Yep.
So, and then we would be limited in our opportunities to be creative in what type of housing. But if you wanted to do, say, a subgrade level that was set into the hillside, first of all, I thought that we didn't have slope issues up there. That's why we were looking up there, but now we have slope issues. So, but that doesn't mean we couldn't do a base foundation basement kind of, daylight basement for the retaining wall, and then put a modular or prefab on top, right? The whole structure wouldn't have to be stick built.
No, and this could be a modular. This could be a modular.
We could do the top level with a studio shed type design that were built off-site in a manufactured housing warehouse, which is what they're doing now. They're building these things off-site, bringing them in, dropping them in, and bingo, you're almost ready to go.
Yeah, and this is being done. There are many examples of this being done.
I want to be creative in what we're doing, and it'd also be probably cost factor for us. It would probably make better sense if we were looking at that.
I want to know why you like that. I mean, I'm open to what.
Because I think cost would be better than building a whole structure from stick.
So I
and
think
time frame.
I think if we know whether we're doing pads or whether we're doing some kind of foundation like this, then we can explore. We can bring back the cost options of stick built versus a foundation and modular or
Right, well,
some
for
of those
me,
other.
at first blush, looking at putting pads, putting in a road, and then having to do a retaining wall on the hillside would have a huge visual impact, especially if we're going 12 to 30 feet high. So if anything, we should be utilizing the slope factor as much to eliminate the need for massive retaining walls. And if we could accommodate the structure into helping us solve the problem with the slope, it makes better sense financially, visually, and time-wise. That's at first blush.
Yeah, so that's what we're showing here, is that you do some kind of architectural solution, whether it's stick-built or manufactured housing, and you use the building walls themselves to take up that slope. And so then we end up with a reduced amount of linear footage of retaining walls, and the retaining walls are only in the 2 to 4 foot range.
And there's an area on this plan down here where there's the potential to put some more organized storage options that is one of the needs in the site, particularly for the existing units where we're trying to create safer fire separation. There may be some sheds that need some gear that needs to be relocated. So we've identified an area on this one where that could happen.
We'd actually put in like tough shed type storage, and then we'd also have some, sorry, I didn't mean to, but then we'd also have some maybe parking areas for all that storage that's happening now, that people need a really definable space to park their recreational vehicles or whatever.
Yep, so that's kind of a placeholder for storage. It could be developed in a number of different ways.
And one of the things that staff has mentioned a couple of times is that a land use existing for something like this might create some opportunities to partner with somebody like Habitat if you found success in Basalt Vista and wanted to try and carry something forward into the future.
It seems like John or Phyllis, the only way that would be feasible for us to do, I mean, we're not going to be building. We'd have to have a partnership with Habitat, because otherwise this is, it's a no-go.
It could be, I could think of several partnership structures, but I think you're right. And that was what I was referencing at the beginning of this meeting. For us to have an idea of what this board would approve in terms of site plan, then allows us to go out and start to build those partnerships. And I could see, I could see a structure very much like what we did at Basalt Vista, but roles would be changed, because in this case we're bringing the land to the table, so we might seek a partner to help bring the portion of the horizontal infrastructure in, and then construction management. But the good news is we've got a structure to now plug that I think is tested and working, that we can plug those types of partnership opportunities into. But it's really, really difficult to even start that conversation when we don't know what's possible.
All right, thanks.
Steve?
So, comparing this to the tiny home option, I like the multifamily housing option better, the way kind of this drawing, and using the retaining wall as the back wall of the units, to me is much more attractive. And in terms of the tiny home concept, I would like to explore that, but I know we had been talking about down in the shed area as a possible place for tiny homes, and I would like to look at that when we get looking down on the lower area there.
Yep.
I would just add that I appreciate sinking the houses into the hillside, right? Take advantage of the thermal benefits.
But keeping an open mind as to what kind of construction that upper level would be, where we might be able to do something more energy efficient, something more cost efficient, and time efficient.
Correct.
And the new construction, also when we're talking about the solar, that's where the link to a solar would be easy with some kind of construction like that.
One of the big challenges we're going to face is retrofitting existing homes. So I don't want to throw out the existing houses there as not possible for energy efficiency gains or, renewable energy. We can't do that because I think the heavy lift we're all going to have is to retrofit and try to make every existing house more efficient. And in some cases, I understand an old, mobile home just probably isn't going to work, but that's why we're also talking about replacing or.
What you do is you hand out more sweaters and heavy jackets.
Sweaters and jackets, I use them.
That's what I use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So move on to.
We have closure?
Move on to the shed area. So the shed area, what we're going to show you is an option in the shed area for single wides or storage. And the reason that we are focusing on single wides in this area is that this could be an area that is one of the easier places for relocation of Riverview homes, kind of in a first phase. That might be a place to move forward kind of sooner than some of the other things, where the hillside development might be something that happens a little bit later. We could still include that in a land use application, preserving the right to do that, but the first phase might happen here in this kind
And
of
it would
area.
also keep those people who are living currently on the riverside closer to the river.
Closer to the river, yep.
Which I know is special for them.
Sure. So,
Steve has a question.
Well, go ahead. I'll
Sure.
do your presentation.
He's
then
thinking I can hear it over here.
So what we looked at here was single wide units. The lots are 68 by 36 feet, so that's just under 2,500 square feet. And what we feel like we can get in that area is about 4 pads for 4 single wide units with some associated parking. Another option if the board didn't want to do single wides here would be to do storage in this area. Can you go to the next slide? And so we could also, this could be an area for storage if we felt like there was a greater need for storage than we had shown in that hillside area. So I think those are kind of the couple of things that we're showing for the shed area, and we'd like to hear your thoughts there.
So,
go back to this thing.
Steve first.
my
then Ted.
question, you say it's too small for tiny home relocation, yet it's big enough for single wide trailers. I don't understand.
So
Tiny
you
homes are
could-
smaller than the single wide trailers.
So the phrase tiny home is a proxy for a box of a certain size. So we used a tiny home, the ones that are down in Basalt, and made it fit on a lot with storage and a parking space. And that gave us a size box to plan for. And then we used a single wide mobile home, the standard size, to the extent that there is a standard size. And we did the same thing, storage, place for a car, and that created a minimum lot size. And so what happens is if you put tiny home lots here, you can put a tiny home on it, but you can't move somebody from Riverview over here. If you do a single wide lot and you end up wanting to put a tiny home on it, that's great. Because it's a bigger lot, so it can handle that type of unit.
So we made a bit of an assumption here, and that was that this might be a desirable place for people on the Riverview side to relocate. And that if we were only putting tiny home lots in this area, that would, that would be a downsize in terms of the amount of area that they have now. Now, we can certainly, if the board's preference is to have this as tiny home lots, we could do that.
Patty?
What's the square footage of the ski company's tiny homes? They're gray and black ones or red ones, whatever they are.
400 feet-ish.
They're only 400 feet? So that's what you used here to, because my single wide is 860 square feet. and it's 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, 12 feet wide and whatever it is deep. So that is kind of your standard for a single wide.
And you can see the dimensions that we used on the drawing here.
13.4 wide.
By
Yeah,
48.
They don't make them 12 feet wide anymore.
They don't, well, I know, may have made mine for a long time.
Yeah. So this is and that was part of the problem with some of the units that were replaced when a newer one went in. It was wider than what was currently there.
Right,
because
that's what's
it was
happened.
Got it. Kelly,
an older unit.
are you on this topic?
Yes, I guess, 2 questions. So, I don't know what the market is for, is single wide, is that what's over on the riverside that would move over here anyway? Or, is that a desirable size, or are people gonna want double wide?
It's, the ones that we're using are out of a company out of Grand Junction, so that refers to a specific existing unit. It would be $50-some thousand delivered to the site, 620 square feet, and it could be a 1-bedroom that has a kind of a bigger living space, or a 2-bedroom that has a smaller living space but gives you the opportunity to have a small second bedroom. So that's what we used for planning purposes.
Now, my second question is there like a finite size to these? So do we need to be thinking about in the future when an old one leaves and the next generation comes in that again is
I kind of like
bigger?
jets.
Well,
I
they're
hadn't thought of that till.
both ends of the
just made that
scale are happening. There's manufactured housing you can build a mega house out of manufactured housing now, and there are people that are doing very small units, and then there's everything in between. I think the general trend has been to adopt a construction process that can be a lot of different things. They just have to be able to get them on the highway.
So the size of this lot, we think is good for us for the foreseeable 30 years.
In particular with the areas that you've told us to look for housing, the double wides, if you really wanted double wide lots, we would need to look back on that upper field, the agricultural field. We really struggled with these areas that are less attractive for agriculture, being able to accommodate the double wide lot.
Okay, thanks.
And that being said, gypsum, across from the Dotsero there, that whole new housing project there, those were single wides stacked. So I'd like to look at what those square footages are, because it looked like they brought in single wides and stacked them. They're not, some of them are not the most attractive, but there's a huge community there. We should really be looking at what they did there with their space. I think that would be really appropriate for us to look at, because you could take one of these single wide lots, maybe your visual impact would be a little greater, but it'd be better than building on the upper pasture where you'd really have visual impact. So maybe we should be looking at that, because I'm not sure we can accommodate the people on the riverside into a space that would be as small as 400 and something square feet. 860. I need to look at the comparisons.
The lots that we've drawn up here will accommodate the units that we've identified that can be relocated. The single wide.
If we can move them over there.
Steve and then George.
Yeah, I can see the logic, and you can accommodate half of the units from the riverside right here by the shed by doing it this way. And that's a positive thing. That solves a good a third of the problem over there, because you have the 4 cabin units also. But so I can see your thinking in accommodating some of the units from the riverside on this part.
How many total units on the riverside?
10.
So there's 10
Oh,
in there.
there's 10.
There's two
Only a
cabins
few are
and
relocatable.
4 cabins and 6,
And we have 4 units that we've identified so far
As movable.
that seem movable.
we hope, might be.
Possible.
Well, I would really like to accommodate the riverside people moving into that
I
section.
don't know why I raised my hand.
Sorry. I thought I was still talking about how many units, so sorry.
Thank you, George, for listening.
Well, George just puts his finger up and nobody even knows what he's doing with
I'm
it.
gonna pick at my nose, I don't know.
Glad you said that.
Can you move storage units up by the hillside in that area as well, or no? Did you look at that? Because you noted this area could be utilized for single wides or storage. So if we think we need storage, do you have another slide where you have that storage options?
We have some storage here.
That was what you showed us.
That's what we showed before. And
Yeah.
so I think the question was, you know, I think we're just still exploring options with you, but if you like this area for potential relocation of units on the Riverview side, then we can look at what the storage capacity is here, and we can look at both kind of a tough shed variety as well as some parking. But I think there's opportunity in this zone to do some storage.
Yeah, so I would say I'd want to use the best area for housing and the least desirable area for storage. That makes the most sense, right?
I just wanted to, when you're looking at this optimal size that you've chosen for the single wides there, what kind of energy rating do they have? I'm assuming if you're going to get something that is a higher energy efficiency rating, it's going to have thicker walls and your interior space will be reduced. So are we accounting for that as we're choosing these sides? Because I don't want to haul in a single wide that is an energy, loser, energy pig. The old way they were done with leaky walls. I don't want to move anything that's going to do that. I'd rather start afresh. And so I'm just wondering if that's something we've considered.
I saw a presentation by a group, I think they're from the Northeast, that they're looking at building actually solar single wides in Colorado. And their building was high efficiency, but it didn't cut down the square footage greatly at all. So I don't know what materials they're using, and I could find out, but it was a pretty impressive presentation on what they're doing to build, totally self-contained solar units on the roof. I don't think it works on this site because of the sun, but those are out there, and that's, once we identify sites, I think that's when we can start digging into all of these options that we have.
As long as they meet our energy code, I think they'll probably be fine.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're talking about relocating the units that people own now on the Riverview side. We're talking about allowing them the opportunity, if possible, to move the homes they currently own over to this site. Am I correct in that?
There's also an opportunity for replacement, I think, for those folks. I don't know if anyone's interested, but because they all maybe can't be moved, and there's that risk.
Right.
I know Chaffa has some financing available, not for new units, because you can get financing if you're buying a new mobile, but Chaffa's actually funding purchasing used mobile. So there may be some replacement options here. I don't know that they're going to be energy efficient.
But we were talking about, when I just previously asked about the units on the Riverview side, you said there were 10, 4 cabins, 6 mobile homes, and 4 of them have been identified as having the potential, possible, maybe, kind of sort of opportunity to move their existing units, because those people currently own their unit, and they may not be able to financially afford to pay for a replacement. They may not be able to financially afford to pay for a moving of their unit. Those are costs we don't know.
I wonder if the key question looking forward is, does the lot size that's proposed preclude, as units are replaced, energy efficient or net zero, or are we seeing that in the marketplace right now that those types of units are existing within these dimensions?
They do exist, because I just learned that at the conference I went to. And if you pull up the Studio Shed site out of Louisville, they explain the issues with what they're using to make these things very energy efficient without taking up much needed space.
And so I think that is, I think that's what we've seen too. And so in terms of site planning because in this case, you're not putting it in the ground. In this case, you're creating a pad or a lot space. What fills that lot space then is going to be the subsequent conversation. And there has been, from our last discussion, the conversation about the ability to move existing if possible. And we think we found someone who may even be willing to work with homeowners to do that. but that we're setting ourselves up also for as new units are added or replaced, that we would have that opportunity for those energy efficient. But from a site plan perspective, I think it's neutral.
Great.
So I would be interested in pursuing these lots in the shed area for single wides, be they ones we move and ones we replace. It'd be great if we could put more in there. I don't think we have the space. And for looking at the upper bench, for what you propose, using that hillside for your retaining wall, and then figuring out what kind of units, what kind of construction, or what we would do. But for right now, for site planning, I like George's idea of, looking at the storage, maybe at that, when you do the new road to go up to the upper bench. I don't think that is an appropriate place for more housing. I think you guys have determined that's the best place to put some storage. But that's where I'd be going now. We're not, right now in this discussion, we're not talking about the existing units on the hillside, correct? Because we don't really know what we're doing there yet.
We don't really know what we're doing there yet. We do want to continue on and talk about the middle field when
Before
you all
go
are ready
there-
to go
But
there.
that's kind of where,
Yep.
I just wanted to look at the existing ranch house, is that, if that's what it's called, is the beige object, just, what's the separation from that to the first single-wide site? Is that an appropriate distance for, say it's becomes a public space?
It's 10 feet.
10
to
feet.
the lot line, and then another 10 feet to the structure.
So it's about 20 feet. That's kind of, feels kind of tight, but
well, and in the site that we visited in Portland, they had it right in the middle of the complex. They created a community center, and talking to the residents who moved into this newly redone mobile home park, that was their best thing they had to say, was that community center. It serviced so many of their needs, and at another time I can go into exactly what they offered as amenities in that site, but it was right in the mix of everything, and nobody seemed to mind living right next door to it. They actually liked it because they got to see more neighbors coming and going. But I think that's a key thing to redoing this neighborhood, is to provide for a community center. That's what I heard in Portland at both parks.
okay, on to the middle field.
Onto the middle field. So the middle field has a lot of opportunity, and we're going to show you a scheme for tiny homes, single wides, and multifamily. We not included double wides just because it's kind of it just doubles the size of the single wide, so you end up with a lot less housing. With the tiny homes, again, we've looked at that kind of slightly bigger than 1,000 square foot lot. You'll see that we've got lots for 17 tiny homes. That includes a parking space on the lot, and then on that, we've also included additional parking there, and we think there are opportunities there to include storage on the backside of that parking, because storage is, we think, very important in kind of a smaller home type of community, and that way you would put the storage in close proximation to the units themselves. So we have 17 tiny homes in this scenario with 34 parking counts, 34 parking spaces, and then 17 adjacent storage units.
Because Kelly, aren't your storage are attached to your parking places,
It is,
right?
yeah.
And that's the same thing as the school housing by Aspen Valley Ranch. Their storage is on the backside
Yeah,
of their parking
I think
places.
it's a very
It makes-
effective way to
Yeah,
to
and
do
it doesn't
storage.
like stand out in the middle of a field.
Yep.
And when we're defining tiny homes, how are we defining that? Is things on trailers or things on, or just size?
Just size.
Size.
We're just talking
I
about.
want to clarify that for George.
Yep.
What would that, what is the size? What's
Yeah.
the range? I mean, square footage?
30 by,
We use the footprint of the one at, the ones at the ABC that are built by Sprout. So it's 10 by 30.
So 300 square feet.
The ones at the ABC, tiny homes?
At the Basalt Mobile Home
Oh,
Park.
over there, I'm like, the ABC.
300 square
I'm
feet.
just
So,
confused.
and sort of a typical single wide is, square feet is what, about?
We were 13.4 times
48.
48.
It was like 600 when I did the math.
So 600.
620, yep.
You'd have to sort of think about who we're housing, who we're trying to house. If we're trying to house transitional, seasonal, or year-round, and how many people year-round? Maybe if you're a single person, you live in a 300 square foot, but certainly I doubt you would with a couple. So
You really liked each other.
you like each other too long. So I mean,
Why you have a storage shed?
so for me, if we're looking at long-term workforce housing, what's when we look at APSHA or City, when City did the Burlingame, they figured out what was needed for a studio or a one-bedroom. They don't even have studios out there, do they? A one-bedroom and two-bedroom in terms of a livable space. And I think that's something we need to think about.
And I don't disagree with you, George. I think we should maybe look at a mix. And I'm going to bring up another interesting thing. We are looking at our goal for 2020 is to house our veterans. And this might be an opportunity. We have an estimated 10, I wanted to throw a ballpark out there. Might be an opportunity for at least some who, this is what I saw at my conference that everybody agreed to send me to, sorry to keep bringing it up, that those smaller places were perfect for veterans, 300, 400 square feet, a roof over their heads. So I think a mix in there might be better, maybe not as many units, but maybe adding some of the smaller square footages with some more appropriate one-bedroom size might be a better use of that space than just all one size fits all.
Well, and I
because
just
it
wonder,
doesn't.
is 34 parking spaces, is 2 per unit a best practice? Or is it, you could do 1 per unit and then have additional for rent or visitor spots or something like that?
Yeah, I think, a lot of that, I think that's kind of to be determined, and so that's good feedback from you. And some of that we'd probably work out during the land use process. I think one thing we want to be cognizant of is in the tiny homes, they're small, and so storage and overflow become important considerations. And we just, if we could get away with less parking, that would be great. But we want to make sure that we've got room for the Sprinter van or whatever else might come with the tiny home. And
They can live in that.
Rolls around.
I know they can live in that.
You've also, you've got multifamily on this site as well, correct?
We do, just as an option for you all to.
I was going to say, this is, yeah.
Right, this is just the
One
tiny
option,
home.
yeah.
Okay.
Love to see what.
So then we looked at kind of in the same footprint,
forgot about that.
what can you do with single wides? And so in the previous slide, we showed 17 tiny homes. If you go to a single wide configuration, we think that you can get about 10 units. So you're down 7 units from the tiny home. And then if we go to the multifamily, again, this could be any kind of construction. So we're just showing a generic plan here. It could be modular or whatever. So I think trying not to get hung up on the verticalness of this, we're suggesting a triplex, kind of a townhome configuration. And the way we've laid it out here, we're showing 12 units with bedroom count from 20 to 28 bedrooms.
George?
Which is the most visual, would have the most visual impact, using the
Probably
middle
this.
field or the hillside?
Here's an image of that middle field from Highway 82.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
These two areas that we looked at are probably as light of a visual impact as we're going to have on this site. The upper ag field is the most visible from Highway 82. The area above Hillside, as you drive by there or bus by there, when you're directly across from it, look out the window, and through some act of nature, there just so happens to be a long row of trees in that very section. They won't be invisible, but in terms of visual impacts, the things that when we looked at that upper ag field and the big retaining walls, those were the things that jumped out at us as, whoa, that doesn't look like Picken County.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from the picture, but here, you know, looking from the highway, it looks like this will be highly visible in terms of the view plane looking up valley to have housing there.
They won't, yeah, there's none of these that are gonna be, no visual, but I'm comparing it to that next ag field up, the long linear one that we call the upper ag field.
But we're not
gonna use
we're
that.
not gonna
Exactly,
use that.
exactly.
So so my question again is, if we're trying to prioritize site locations, for me, it would be which has the least visual impact of the Roaring Fork Valley corridor.
I think the best way to get at that, when we get into land use, we can actually draw up, do some visualizations and bring them back to you.
So are we needing to decide to build on all 3 sites, to build on one site? To come up with, we need our total number of where we want to be at the end of the day. I think that's a key thing. And then I know that we need to look at infrastructure, and what our potential build-out number would be, because we don't want to have to redo the infrastructure once we've done it. So I think that, you know, needs to be part of it. But, yeah, I agree with George. Significant visual from here, and I would think mostly when you're going up a floor rather than with the flatter single-wide or mixed single-wide, tiny, smaller structures. Yeah, so that's, I think, part of where we need to be, part of this discussion, hopefully.
And Patty, you bring up a good point, and what I'd encourage the board to do is to see these options and process them, continue to give feedback, but before you make any go or no-go decisions on any of the areas that are being presented, you might want to see the financial analysis and unit analysis that comes up too.
It's a few slides away.
Yeah.
Right, okay, let's.
Are we going to get there?
We're going to get there.
I just want to note before we move on that looking at 17 tiny homes versus 10 single wides, you know, we could potentially get more bedrooms than 10 single wides while having even more square footage than what the 17 tiny homes would provide.
Yeah, that may be only 1 bedroom or no bedroom.
So, you know, right.
Yeah.
So with regard to the existing units, there are 31 units on the hillside. We have more detailed analysis, and we're down to about 2 where the actual physical structure is, we've got a 10-foot separation issue that we'll be continuing to look at. There are some other places where there are sheds and so forth that are issues, but I think we can put those aside compared to having to adjust the location of a unit. We just
Are those
want
the 2 with the asterisks on
Yep,
them?
the asterisk. So those are 2 situations where the units themselves are close together.
And then we start into the engineering and financial side.
On the 31 existing ones, what about the debris flow? Or some of them non-usable because of debris flow?
We're gonna get into that
Haven't
now
talked
with
about
Mr.
that
J.
yet, but you talked about some of them are too close together.
Right.
So we maybe have to replace 2. Then do we also have to replace 3?
And we don't know that we're replacing 2 as much as looking at, can it be moved enough to get the 10 feet that we need?
Can I just ask a question? What if we should look into what we did at Lazy Glen when we had some issues of defensible space between units, how we addressed that. I'm not sure who in ComDev would be able to answer that question, but we had a lot of units there, and at Woody Creek. At Smuggler, we were able to rearrange a few of them within the park to allow for roadways and defensible space between units. But I can't remember what we did at. I don't think we had the issue at Aspen Village, but Lazy Glen and Woody Creek. And I don't know how we finally addressed that. I can't remember.
And one of the things I think that Patty brings up here is if there are people that move out of the existing hillside there may be opportunities within that site to, shift a pad or things like that, so that we can still maintain that unit count within that basic kind of zone, but over time, finding better locations or things
That's what
like
we
that.
did at Smuggler when
Yep.
Smuggler was subdivided.
Okay, we're looking at wastewater treatment here.
Got the wastewater expert over there. His name is now Michael Kinsley. We just changed your name.
Is that, oh, all right.
Hi, Michael.
So if I say anything wrong,
We
you
blame
attribute it
Michael.
to that name right there, so. We wanted to just touch base on the wastewater discussion. I think one of the key issues at Phillips has been the condition of the wastewater system. The existing system is functional, but certainly out of date. The current system is using seepage beds, some of which appear to be located off of the property. So there are a number of issues with the current system, and I think the Environmental Health Department has been advocating for some time that we replace that system. We went through an analysis of what our options might be, and we had earlier settled on what is in the first box there, the Advantex AX Max by Orenco. That is essentially a modular type of system, which is to say that it comes with these treatment modules that are delivered to the site as a single piece, and then you can add modules in order to expand the system. Now there is, and we'll talk about this in the financial piece, there is a sort of a base cost to set up the system and get ready for these modules. So there's a base cost associated with however many units we're trying to serve. But one of the advantages to the Advantex is the fact that you can then add modules for treatment, and as you need more treatment for more units, you just add a module and you're good to go. I would also say, and to me this is sort of a baseline comment about the system out there, is that we have looked, and actually the fourth box over is what we call a conventional on-site wastewater treatment system. We were looking at, can we continue with, and that's sort of the type of system that's out there now. You have septic tanks. They actually have a little bit of aerated treatment on the hillside development, but then they have these seepage beds that take up significant amounts of area. So one of the things that put us off using an on-site wastewater treatment system of a more conventional type is the fact that we needed quite a bit of land in order to build the seepage beds. So in order to be able to develop the areas we're looking at, that use of the land for seepage beds was just not compatible. The size and the number of units and flows we're talking about here would be very significant to where the need for larger bed systems, the need to keep those systems within certain state standards, and then if you need an additional bed, you have to be a certain distance away. It just doesn't work very well. So our assumption based on that analysis of the on-site wastewater option was that we need to treat to a level that allows us to discharge to the river, so that we're not discharging to seepage beds. We're able to discharge directly to the river because of the level of treatment we're going to apply. So that's the basis of the various systems we were looking at, is what can we use that could treat to a level of getting us to the river. Again, we earlier had sort of settled on the Advantex. The second system you're seeing there is what's called an SBR, or a sequencing batch reactor. That is a technology that's been around for a while. It is a fairly conventional approach to a treatment train. It is not as easily, it's not modular the way the Advantex is, so it's harder to expand it a little bit if you need to, or something like that. So we looked that out, looked at that and said, that's got a cost impact, and it's not as scalable as the Advantex may be. Aeromod, again, is sort of a modular system. You tell them what size you need, they build it to your size. Again, not modular, higher cost. So the SBR and the Aeromod are sort of comparable in terms of both cost and scalability. I was talking about the conventional on-site wastewater, and we're seeing that as really not an option given the land we have. And then another option that was brought up was what they call the biodisc system. Technically, the biodisc is very comparable to the Advantex. It basically uses a media, and in that case, it uses like a fabric media that contains the biomass that treats the wastewater. It's very similar to the Advantex. It's also something of a modular design, which means you could add to it. And part of what we saw in looking at the biodisc is that most of the examples we found were really located overseas. It's not really as common a system in this country as it is in Europe and some other parts of the world. So we saw the biodisc as, you know, something that might simply be harder to get parts for and harder to maintain than the Advantex, which is basically a domestic system. So that's where we're still looking, and again, I want to stress the fact that we feel that the appropriate approach to the wastewater treatment is the ability to discharge to the river.
Kelly and then Patty.
Yeah, is there a scenario where using gray water systems could reduce an impact on a wastewater plant?
You know, one of the things we have found, with gray water, that was a popular approach for a while. And what we're finding with gray water more recently is that it has a slightly lower treatment requirement, but it still has a liquid load, if you will, and it still needs to be disposed of. And so, you know, again, because we're looking at discharging to the river, even gray water needs to be treated to a sufficient level to allow for its discharge. Or it's, you know, you can treat it less, but you would have to discharge it to an on-site seepage bed, which we're seeing as too much of a waste of land. So the gray water, unfortunately, doesn't get you that many advantages, and gray water would still need to be treated to a fairly high level in order to be able to discharge to the river.
So I guess
So you're the vice chair?
Come on, vice chair, kick it in. The chair just left the room, so, what did we end up putting in at, Woody Creek? Does anybody know? It's a building.
Woody Creek, we were involved for a while there, although not to the very end. Woody Creek had they had a treatment system which was sort of it's not a modular system. It's sort of they've got a somewhat conventional plant, and then I believe they discharge to seepage beds that are toward the river from the Woody Creek Park there. So they've got.
I remember what they put in. I know there's a structure there, and
yeah,
what's the one opposite that we had to do some work several years back? Iron. What's that?
Oh,
Iron Bridge.
Iron. It's not Iron Bridge.
Not Iron
Pick and
Bridge,
iron?
but-
Pick and iron. Thanks.
Pick and iron. So we had to
Those are on septic.
they're on septic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
just
only,
a
I
leach
think,
field.
9 units. It's 7 or 9
Yeah,
units
oh,
down
okay.
They
there.
had the issues
so.
with the salt that they had to use for softening the water, but that would be another one to look at what we used at Woody Creek. I think there are some, I remember they had a failing septic system, but, there was one, I think, power needs for, if we were to go with this first preferred option, because that end might have some solar accessibility down at that end of the property.
You
If
know,
we're putting it in, we're putting it at the west side, or we're putting it, where are we thinking of putting it?
We are thinking of putting it in the lower meadow. In
Oh,
fact,
okay.
it's hard to see, but there's some footprint in this area, right down in here, kind
Right.
of tucked at the back of the lower meadow. And this is the area that we're looking at for this treatment system. So
Okay.
you've got, here you can see kind of the headworks, which is a little mini plant structure, and then there's a series of these modular units that extend out along the backside of the meadow. So that would be kind of the system layout down here. And again, as units are added, these
Right.
modular units are added.
And everything, but right now, isn't there a system that's at the far west end of the property?
Right
Isn't there a
now,
leach field up there on the,
hillside, you've got these two sides flow to tanks in this area.
right,
And then the seepage beds are
That's what-
actually, one of them's back up in here.
yeah, because you can see the,
And
The other one I think is maybe across the ditch, but there's a couple of beds up in here that's
thought.
where it discharges, which is not on the property.
Oh, okay, because I was going to see what kind of use we could have on that property in the future, but I guess not.
Well, if you bought it.
Yeah. No, we don't want to buy it for an open space there. Okay, so I just needed to know that because I was thinking it was up at that end, which might have some solar options, but down there I don't think we'd have those options.
It
Or
is
shade
lower,
down
it's pretty shaded
Good
down in there.
septic systems make good neighbors.
Especially when it's on your neighbor's property.
And I'm sorry, you were talking about solar to like run the system?
Run the system.
What about vertical wind?
Vertical wind?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it in our
I don't know how much wind
allowable
we
use
have
in our land
there
use
in
code.
the canyon.
It's windy in there.
Yeah, but a lot of times, a lot of wind doesn't work.
So perhaps maybe the guidance, because we're not going to design the energy. I know, right? We
Just a thought.
could.
Let's look at what our
It's gonna run out of
renewable
time.
energy options
But
might be.
yeah, I think we can take the direction to look at renewable opportunities.
But I
for-
think going with the preferred option, especially since it provides us, which I think was one of our key things, the opportunity to expand if in the future we needed an expanded system.
I would just like to ask, the existing wastewater treatment system has been on the neighboring property for 40 years? How long has it been there? It seems like it's been there a long time. Does the other neighbor even know it's there? Do they know it's their
They're
land?
gonna now that you brought it up at this public meeting.
Some of it appears to be rafter right-of-way, and some of it appears to be county right-of-way. So we did not find a private landowner who has that on their
I think
land.
So this
Rafter
is
knows about
county
it.
and rafter right-of-way. I'm just wondering if does that exclude the possibility that that could be used again, or is it just not an appropriate site for wastewater, for a leach field?
You know, I think particularly with the discussion of additional units, it just doesn't work. We'd have to expand it very significantly to add the units we're talking about. So, again, we sort of saw that as not really much of an option in terms of needing additional land or needing significant amounts of land within the property we actually own.
And I think we have better management with the preferred option as far as what we're discharging into the river, rather than just seeping it down through what God only knows what kind of geology down into the, what we're doing there.
That's a good point. I'm just wondering what the cost difference is, that's all. Is there a...
Couple more slides.
Okay, let's keep going then, unless Kelly had a question.
Just quickly.
This wastewater treatment stuff is fascinating.
And not an area of expertise for me. So, Phyllis, I just wanted to check in with you and see if you had any input for us on these varying wastewater treatment alternatives.
Not my specialty.
Why did you put her on this list?
No. I think one of the things that we look at as when we were talking about whether we're building on the hill or what we're doing, the modular systems allow us to build something, although it's high price to install the first piece, to be able to decide we want to build here. And even if, I think it was a while ago where someone said this might take 20 years. Well, if we decide we want to build in that big field in 20 years, there's an opportunity that this could be
that's what
that
we're
this
looking
could
for.
accommodate additional units that we're not even imagining at this point in time. And I think Jay said this has a life of 30 years. So you could make that decision in 20 years.
Thanks.
Really, it only has a life of 30 years? That seems short.
Well, I think that's sort of, conventional lifespan of these types of systems. And I firmly believe that with, full appropriate maintenance, they'll last much longer than that.
We pulled that number in terms of figuring how long you might want to stretch out financing on these improvements.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, let's keep moving then. Thank you.
Yeah, because we're at time.
So this is an issue that I know has been a concern all along, which is the potential for debris flow into the site. And what we're seeing and we're working with a subconsultant by the name of Tetra Tech that's done a lot of debris flow analysis for us on various sites, even here in Aspen at the base of the mountain. So we're looking at the potential for debris flow. we're seeing essentially 3 distinct basins up there. We've shown what we call the North Basin, which does discharge down a very significant gully into the current development area. We identified a middle basin, which is essentially discharging into the upper meadow and into the area south of the current development. And there's a third, and these keep getting smaller. The North Basin is far and away the largest basin. Middle is a little smaller. South Basin is actually quite small. The South Basin came up when we were talking about possible units in that upper meadow. With that going away, I think the South Basin is no longer a concern here unless we, at some point in the future, were to start looking at putting units in there again. Tetra Tech has essentially completed the hydrologic analysis of all 3 basins. The North Basin, as I say, seems to pose the greatest hazard, and we are still working through what the impacts may be and what the specific extent of the debris impact may be. The 4th bullet there is that we're looking at, what the cost and extent of mitigation might be, including possible culverts for that internal road to cross over the discharge area, and then whether or not units might need to be relocated or removed from that area. I would, in the context of that, I would say that, part of what we're seeing is that the need to relocate units or remove units in that area is probably inversely tied to what we're able and willing to spend on mitigation. So, we're going to look at what are the options, what would it take to mitigate it entirely, which might be a fairly expensive approach using formal walls and that kind of thing. What's a middle ground mitigation and what's the impact there? So we're still kind of working through that, intending to hopefully finish that up here fairly quickly. I would say that with respect to the middle and south basins, the current site plans generally avoid the middle and south basins. The access to the upper hillside could be impacted by the middle basin. I think the south basin is really not a consideration right now. And we just noted that we're trying to work through this by the end of next month, or February.
Hey, Jay, I'm looking at the site plan for the hillside, which is my favorite location to put additional housing. Seems to end right about, it was the end of that plan dictated by the North Basin. And
not specifically, and I would also say that this illustration you're looking at is very general. I think the North Basin is in fact a little more defined to that gully than what you're seeing here. We sort of broadly said this is the general area we're concerned about.
Got it.
But I think in terms of where does that really end, I think it ends much tighter into, you can kind of see the gully under the North Basin designation there.
Right.
And I think that discharge is really pretty limited to that gully and not as broad as you see it here.
Well, so my question is then, is it possible that we could extend the hillside, just to get more units on the hillside above the existing than you had in that site plan? Could we extend it farther to the north and maybe, because I'm not really excited about the middle field being used for housing. I've got to say, I'd rather see us trying to see what possibilities to move it up there. Yeah. If you go north from up the hillside housing on that road.
Then you're going more into
Why did you stop there? I guess that's my question.
You're saying in this area?
Why not take it all the way to the edge of the debris flow?
I think once we understand the limits of the debris flow, that's something we could look at.
Sure.
And I
Then
think
maybe
that's a
mitigation would
possibility.
make more sense.
And to a small extent, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we define the end of this as there's kind of a bench right in here that looks like a good place to kind of end it and put a turnaround for emergency access and that type of thing.
Sure.
So I think that was kind of the rationale for ending it where we did. Now, you could probably leave the turnaround here and maybe get a couple more units further out there. And I don't think you would be getting into the area that's likely going to be impacted by the debris flow.
I'd really like to see you consider that, only because I, would rather see one additional housing area than 2 or 3.
Can I just add on to that? Well, in doing so, and looking at that, makes me have to question ingress, egress for fire. We only have one way in and one way out. So can we maybe think about that? I don't want to get people up there if we have a wildfire coming through there and not be able to get them out. So that's the fire department. That may come in as we move along into the process.
Okay, is there any other questions?
So, on the big gullies that go through Glenwood Springs on the hillside of Glenwood, they don't use culverts for the gullies. They have bridges going over them. So if some trees or something come down, they're much less likely to get. I think if you have a culvert, you get a big enough tree, it's going to block it, and then all the boulders and everything else get trapped, and then you have a flooding houses.
Right.
So I would think that looking at putting bridges in instead of culverts, just to be able to carry a bigger volume of debris underneath and down to the river would be a better option.
Well, and that's a good example of what are the what's the cost benefit? I mean, bridges obviously are more expensive than larger culverts. One of the discussions I was having with Tetra Tech is we were looking at the North Basin condition, and we were talking about, if we could establish the road crossing, for instance, to tolerate the 25-year event, but the 100-year event may overtop the culvert, and you'd have to clean that up. That if you truly got a 100-year event, you'd have a cleanup issue, whereas in a 25-year event, you shouldn't have to do that. So we were talking about, what are the options and what can you do in terms of future maintenance or restoration if you need to, if you really get a big event coming through there.
So all of these lead up to some choices, and the table that is on your left has 4 housing configurations with different numbers of units attached to them. So you have the existing, just
That'd be
keeping
page 2. Yep.
the 31 units that are out there today as one alternative. A second one is those existing units plus 14 new lots for single wides in the middle field. That gets a total of 45 units. The third option is the existing units plus the upper hillside, 18 multifamily units. And then the fourth one has the existing plus the middle field and the upper hillside, and that gets you to a total of 63 units. So that's the first line. Are we clear on that first line?
Clear on it, it's just if the existing upper hillside was designed to go a little bit farther north, that number would go up? Is that
Right.
Well, if you
correct?
put in more units, yeah, it would
Yep.
go up.
Yep.
But this would not, it would not include the 4 lots down by the existing ranch manager's house where we would move people over.
Those are a part
That's
of the
existing.
14 in the single wides. So that's 10 in the middle field and 4 in the shed area equals 14.
So really that should probably, existing plus middle field plus shed, for that
I
second
wonder
column.
if we were
Shed's
to
not on
do the existing existing and upper hillside
Plus shed.
and plus shed, that would be.
We don't, so that would be another column. I don't think we looked at that.
Because
And
We
I
didn't
would,
look at not
I
doing-
would respond to that a little bit, Patty. One of the things I would say is that the units in the shed area are somewhat tied to the units in the middle field. In other words, if we only put the 4 units in the shed area, we're extending infrastructure across the lower river road to accommodate those units. If we don't go on and build the units in the middle field area, then I think, your infrastructure cost per unit for those 4 units may be higher because you're only supplying 4 units, but you're bringing all that infrastructure across the road to do
But
it.
the septic is already on this
Septic's
side.
already over there,
Seems like
so
you're
you'd
just
have a
talking-
wastewater line, but you'd be bringing water over
Just water and
and
power. Well,
other
power's already
utilities
there.
and improving the road for only 4 units and, doing some other grading work
I'd
to
like to
prepare
look
and
at that
all.
picture, though, because for me, it was a matter of providing a place for those that were displacing on the Riverview side.
And we've-
Jay, that's not across Lower River Road. It's on the same side as
Sheds, the shed area, it's across from the hillside development.
It's across the river road from the hillside.
Yeah,
development.
he's saying that, but I still would like to look at that, because I think it's important that we really consider what we're doing to the people that live at Riverview.
The infrastructure for the ranch house, of course, is right there.
Yeah, but it would have to go to new water anyway.
Yeah.
He's just saying it would be less expensive if we were to develop the middle field and do the shed area, because it would, all that infrastructure would be coming over, so, you know, value by numbers would be more.
Okay, so
So I would love to see existing plus upper hillside plus sheds, and just so we could see what the cost would be. It'd be
Yeah.
worthwhile. Steve has a question.
So on, you're using the figure on the middle field for doing the single wides, 10 single wides. The multifamily, there were 12, possibly 12 units, so that would be 2 more, which if you added 2 more, it'd be 47 instead of 45. The cost per unit cost would be a little bit less then.
Right.
But that's, I mean, that's one of those value judgments that we'd have to make at the appropriate time. Is it gonna be single-wide trailers, or is it gonna be
Well,
multifamily?
we're hoping this is the appropriate time. And so this will give you a sense of the scale of those decisions financially. So the second column below those is the infrastructure costs, which includes that base treatment that Jay previously mentioned for wastewater. It includes the some costs for road improvements, dry utilities, and water system improvements. Basically, all of the utilities get replaced, particularly the wet utilities in this location. So you start on the far left with just accommodating the existing 31 units, and you're at about $2.6 million. And as you go towards the right, you see the 63 unit version has $5.3 million worth of infrastructure costs. These are, you know, still pretty preliminary, but they're based on actual locations and identified in the site plan and the technology that's been explained. So then that gives you an infrastructure cost per unit, and this was one of the things that was a bit of a discovery when we did this, because typically you would expect to see infrastructure costs per unit decline more as you got more units. And part of that is that because we are looking at pretty constrained spaces, then we're looking at a relatively modest number of units in each of these locations, as opposed to if you did 30 units in one little block area, then that would be a more efficient infrastructure. The land cost, we didn't look at anything related to potential open space or other partners in it, and just said, well, it costs $6.5 million. And as you would imagine, the difference between 31 and 63 units means that you have about half the cost of land per unit. So you combine all of those, and you start to see a combined cost per unit. Once again, noting that there may be grant opportunities to help with some of these things. There may be financial partners, but just to give you a sense from a decision perspective of, do I think it should be this many versus this many? That's the information that we hoped would be useful to you.
Kelly?
Yeah, looking at like literally the bottom line, why did you exclude the land cost?
The county made this investment to buy this property for saving affordable housing. It seemed like that's part of the equation to address that, and so we wanted to show you what it would be like to recapture all of the cost. Same thing with the infrastructure, but once again, grant opportunities, partnerships can bring some of that down. But in terms of disclosure, it displays the effect of different configurations of housing on those costs.
So I guess I wasn't on the board when you guys purchased this. So I'm looking at the monthly cost per unit, because to me that's where the sensitivity lies for the people who currently live there, right? About how much additional density they might want to defray their monthly cost. Was there a decision about when we subdivide that and move people, purchase of land or not? Like, is there any expectation of contribution for they would buy out that parcel with a payment to the county at some point?
So maybe I'll take that. Yeah, so that was not discussed, and what the model might be was not discussed, whether it would be a rental or ownership or some other type of model. So what we wanted to be sure you understood is based on the number of units. From an equity perspective, we have definitely asked other developments to pay for operations, infrastructure, and maintenance. And so this is how it breaks down on a monthly basis for those things. The land piece is a whole nother piece, and there are lots of models that we could bring forward versus ownership or not. But what we wanted you to see was just to, if you were to not put any more subsidy into this other than the land costs, this is what it would cost per unit under these different scenarios. That's what we were trying to demonstrate.
Thanks. That makes sense.
And when we were looking at it and looking at the kind of the financial cost, I think all of us thought we probably need to half again the size of the trailer park to bring it down to an affordable cost per unit, and that's sort of like
Where we're landing, yeah.
making it 1.5 times bigger than it was with the 63 units. And I think there were a couple other little places that we could probably add several more units that have been mentioned here just real briefly today. One, what Greg brought up on the upper hillside, but then the little green spot to the north of the road going to the upper bench was mentioned as a possible place.
The grades start to get steep there as you're trying to climb the hillside there. So to try to get units in there as well, we can look at that again, but I don't think we should assume that we can get a lot of units.
I wonder if we might seek some general kind of guidance in terms of the board's support for these different scenarios, and then if the board wants us to look at incrementally adding or subtracting in certain areas, we can study it from there. But I wonder if we settle on a baseline first.
That's what I was going to say is we keep talking about adding more units, and we haven't even decided what this board wants and what is acceptable, because we've heard from the caucus issues, and so we have to decide on a number that we're comfortable at this point in going to. As far as, are we going to 63 and then I think we need to determine where and what type. But we also have a time frame here, because I'm sorry, I have to leave shortly after 5, but I can hang out for a few more, but we're not done with our agenda and we are way over time.
Well, I was just going to suggest we look at least the first two questions on decision. What types of housing do we prefer in a property, and what's the location? And then we get the site locations, we can expand or shrink that, but at least we know the general areas. And so, for me, sort of going backwards, the location for the housing I would prefer would be, in terms of the priorities, would be looking at the phase 1 for the shed area, because as was restated, it's an opportunity to relocate some of those current occupants on the Riverview. And then for the second phase, and that would be first phase shed area, I would look at single wides. And then for the second phase, I would look at the hillside multifamily and see if there's a partners that would make that possible. Because if there's no partners available, then we're back to square one. But that, and then so I'm looking at the first two phases, and that's probably 10 years right there, or at least half a dozen years, so.
Kelly and then Steve?
What was the feedback from the existing owners on these options?
Regarding,
Location numbers?
Yeah, I mean, it's awkward for me because this isn't a public hearing, so I don't know what their input is on these type of plans and changes to the neighborhood and cost
we
to
haven't
them.
gone through the specifics of the site planning options. I would say that it's a very cost-conscious community of owners.
Sure.
And so there are certain things about additional units that support costs. That bottom row on the per unit monthly O&M with infrastructure without land is a sensitive item for people who are living there.
Sure.
And, but in terms of I prefer this area over that area. We were looking to you for that direction.
Thanks.
Right. Steve, do you want to?
Well, I was thinking, I like the concepts you've given. I'm kind of like Greg, that I'm not too excited about taking the whole middle field and putting houses and not leaving any of it as agriculture or community garden. But if we did a phased approach and try to do the hillside and the shed area first as phase 1 and 2 or phase 1, and then have the middle field part be a later phase, then I think that would be a good way to approach it. And in terms of the land use process right now, I guess are we approaching this as a master plan approach where we're kind of laying out all the possibilities but not delving into the exact timing of the different phases?
The idea would be to create opportunities based on what you think is acceptable in this location, and then that would give staff what they need to be able to look for partners on different opportunities, whether they be just funding grant partners or building partners or whatever type of partnership can be created in order to implement.
Yeah, because one other area we didn't even look at for housing today would be the same above the ditch where the solar collectors are, and that looked like there was possibility to put some units possibly across there, like single wide trailers. So that could be a far in the future phase 3. We would maybe want to reserve that as an option if we're doing a master plan.
Patty?
Again, it comes back to me as we're talking about full development. I mean, that's where I'm hearing this, and we still haven't decided on what number of units we're looking at developing there. I'm comfortable with it George proposed, first looking at it's a place for the people at Riverview to move to or opportunities for them. So that would be, and the Upper Hill side, so that would be a total of 53 units that we'd be looking at this point. I think looking at more, developing the middle field, developing up above the solar is a bigger discussion, and I think that's going to be a lot of public input as to the density we want in that neighborhood and what's acceptable to people not just who live there, but people who live in the Woody Creek area, who keep coming back to us that we keep shoving solutions to our valley-wide problems into Woody Creek, and I think we need to take that into serious consideration. So I would be comfortable with you bringing back a plan with what George proposed, looking at the shed area and the Upper Hill side at the total of, that would be 53 units,
And
including the 31 that exist.
Yeah, and so then the monthly subsidy or the monthly cost without land is going to fall somewhere in the between that $531 and $482 a month. Is that would be the other check-in that the board has a comfort level?
I mean, I think, just looking at what people are paying Mid-Valley and the Basalt Trailer Court, it's almost $800 a month right now.
And as long as there's a comfort level there, I think playing in
Well,
those.
I'm comfortable with that. I mean, looking at.
These are low.
Yeah, and looking at what, I mean, I pay $400 in Smuggler. So looking at what we don't, of course, own our land, but looking at what, you made me totally forget what I was going to say.
So
I
we've
think
got
I've been here too
George
long
has
today talking
weighed
about
in,
this
Patty's
because.
weighed in. If, are you, anything you want to add to this?
Well, I'm comfortable with it. Again, I do think, I prefer the option for 63 homes. I think it helps us achieve another goal for providing affordable housing, for our community, while considering that we're already going to be building infrastructure to support the lesser number of homes on that side anyway, that the opportunity to then expand and just have it be a multiplier for more affordable housing for us, I think is important. I'm sensing I'm in the minority with that. I'm comfortable with the 482 to 531 range, but that would be my preference.
I don't think this would preclude us from looking at other opportunities in the future, but I think after our first blush conversations with the Woody Creek Caucus, they were concerned about any added density there, and I think we need to come up with a fair amount and move towards that at this point. But I think the first thing is getting the people on the Riverview out of the floodplain.
Your point's well taken. That's certainly priority. I would just say, let's see what we can do with the Upper Hillside. I think you could probably put more units in there that would have a lower visual impact than, say, the middle field, which, so I would say the shed area, the Upper Hillside with additions, you'd get us above 53, I think. We'd be maybe 55 or 57 or something like that. I am totally comfortable with the cost. I think that this is the lowest priced space rent in the Upper Valley. I'm surprised if Smuggler is, you go to Elgibel and they're paying $800
Well,
a
we
month.
don't own, we own our land. You have to remember that we
Okay.
have our land costs.
Got
We
it.
own our land. Ours
Okay,
is just our HOA.
So I think this is by far the lowest land cost. I think as a reality check, people can anticipate it's going to have to go up something. It's just, that the Phillips didn't raise it for 30 years is a wonderful, noble thing, but at some point, the cost is going to go up, and I think
And
that's
let's
where we are.
please not forget the Woody Creek Caucus's input.
And certainly Woody Creek Caucus, as Patty mentioned, of course, their input's important. So if this is phased over many years and we can still do this with the modular additions to the package plant and all that, that's where I'd like to focus it. So it sounds like we're telling you, please come back to us. I think you have enough for now. We don't have an exact number of units, but it'd be nice to see what's possible on that Upper Hillside. And then if I can leave the middle field empty for the time being, I certainly would, and maybe a future board would decide, that they need that or not.
The future board and Patty.
Yeah, Patty will be here.
Yeah. George will be back by then.
Is that all you need? Is that all we're going to give you for the day? Yes
Thank
to
you very much.
recreation.
That's very helpful.
Yes to boat launch. Yes to healthy rivers.
Okay, that's
Thank-
very helpful. Thank you very,
Oh,
very much.
thank you. Thanks for coming. A good conversation, and I think it needed to be that long.
Yep, thank you for
You really
dealing
like
with it.
Okay, where are we going now? Because
keeping us
stewarded us through this process, so
We were
thanks.
going to go, while you're all quietly moving out, we're going to go right to future agenda calendar, and then John Kinney's been waiting.
I'll try and keep this extremely short. I think the most significant kind of addition would be to set aside some time for the board retreat. Trying to do it a little bit earlier this year. So we're looking at January 29th and 30th.
Yes, I think we decided that we were available.
Oh, did you? Okay, okay. I may have.
You were out doing something, and we were working on setting your calendar.
Yeah, bonbons and all kinds of good stuff.
I think you were.
Getting massages.
True.
and-
So
Okay, so as long as that
Yep.
date works, I just
That's
wanted to do a
Wednesday,
check-in.
Thursday?
That's Wednesday, Thursday, yeah. Anything else can wait, from my perspective.
Okay, well, that's it, then. We'll wait on the rat. Then that means that John Kinney is in the dock.
Well, you didn't ask if I had anything.
Okay,
I don't have anything right now that I can address with Mr. Peacock on a one-to-one. How's that, guys?
great, thank you.
Thanks. I have to run too, Batty, so I'm with you.
Okay, we're gonna, okay,
We're gonna be
John.
really
I'm
quick,
just gonna hand. Yep.
Okay, there's
Really-
no noise, there's no curfew, and we're
really
done.
quick.
Got it.
All right.
This has nothing to do with what John's talking
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, oh, yeah, please go ahead.
Oh,
Hi,
okay.
John.
Hey, good afternoon. John Kinney, Airport Director here at Pickens County. I got a quick update here for you in regards to the airport. This is our quarterly report where we're going to be talking to you about noise as well as anything that has to do with curfew events. So here's a summary that shows you in the context of an annualized basis from 2014 up to 2019. And as you can see, the noise complaints were 22 in 2019. Curfew violations were 1. That was a aircraft operator who tried to get in very quickly. We told him not to leave. He chose to leave. So that enforcement action is with the attorney's office, contacting that individual and putting them through the violation process. The noise complaints are up. Operations are pretty much holding steady. Those operations are actually 36,000 is for the year, but it only goes up until October, so it's actually a little bit higher. So we're tracking normal operations, but noise complaints are up, and I give that, attributed to that, to just the awareness of what is being talked about in terms of the airport and the visioning process. So kind of a standard number of military operations.
I'm going to say it's the military that may be
We're definitely in there, and those are about on a seasonal basis, about every other month. We kind of get a push of those. So really no change in operation. I think it's really mostly just awareness of the community of what's happening out there.
Would you guys keep it down out there?
We will try.
Just wondering, are they unique noise complaints, or is there a pattern? Is there
Like 10 come in
is
on
there
the same day?
one person making the complaint, or is it a single day, or is it a multiple variety of people over different times? How does that spread out?
No, it's a great question, Greg, because so many airports, it's 1 to 2, maybe 3 or 4 constitute 85% of noise complaints, even though we receive thousands on a monthly basis. Whereas here, it's across the board. We really don't have a frequent caller program, if you will. It's,
okay,
so
good to know.
But most airports do have that, so we're a little unique that way.
Does that tail say 100% recycled?
It does. That entire aircraft is recycled. No, I'm teasing. I saw that today. I thought it was an interesting shot. I took it just to give you a little bit of a background. But in this is a de-icing operation going on. I just simply want to tell you thank you for your support, because the parking, we had about 25 spots remaining on Thanksgiving Eve. And if we did not do the improvements that you approved at the very last minute to try to get it underneath the wire before the weather hit, we would have been about 85 to 100 under, and cars would have been looking for places. So it would have been a very different story for the community experience in Thanksgiving. So thank you for your support of that.
The parking was a success in that regard.
Parking is a success, and even though we had to not complete the project because the weather came in early, it still was a success of what we were 6 months earlier. This is just an informational item. It's just simply to show you that we put up some bollards here, some creative ones, not your usual standard metal post in the ground. And that's where people drive on the curb for convenience. We've had some safety issues, but it's also, these are stout enough for also security purposes. So I think it's tastefully done, but at the same time, it addresses some safety and security issues out at the airport.
And those have a 10-foot steel post going down into the concrete under them. They're there, and don't hit one to
You
check.
would feel it if you hit those.
Yeah.
Even
Hit 'em
in a
without
big
that.
truck.
Okay.
In terms of interim improvements, thank you again for the investment in the airport on this. The airlines are very excited. They're about to change their schedules. In fact, United went from 3 flights up to about 14 flights the other day. So it has started, but it really hits on December 15th and December 18th. But this is the view if you were coming off the aircraft. That will not change. But when you go into the inside, this is what you used to look at. And I'm sorry that we couldn't take pictures probably in about 2 hours from now, because these walls would be down. Same angle, you're looking into the gift shop, but now when we peel those walls back, by the end of today, you will be looking right at the restaurant. So it really opens it up. The TSA checkpoint is immediately to the left as you look at that view. So that'll be a big improvement. This is looking into the old administrative offices, and this is what it's looking like in there now, looking out towards the ramp. They have the ceiling in by the end of today, and carpet will be going up in the next few days, and this is looking back towards the front door of the old administrative offices, towards the restaurant. So that will be a big improvement as well in terms of getting some folks back into that passenger boarding lounge area with a little bit more space and about 105 additional seats. So that concludes my update.
Are you in your new tough shed in the back? Are you in your new tough shed in the backyard yet?
No, we are not. That's going to be delivered latter part of January.
So you're at the OAC?
Correct.
So do you have your modular in for your office, or are you working out of the AOC, or?
AOC, yep.
C is where you're working out of right now?
Correct. And then admin and finance is across the street in the ABC. They have some office space over there.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
it. That's,
Thank
any
you
other
for being so
questions?
patient
The
with
cell
us.
phone
No.
waiting area is not complete. Is that the part that's not finished?
We have 32 spots that are now opened up, whereas a few months ago, those were not available.
We didn't
So
talk about
we got
this
about
next
half of it done before the weather took us out of the
Okay,
game.
that could be the deal changer right there. That could make
Yes.
a huge difference.
Very
Excellent.
much so.
Thank you. No more people yelling and no upset.
It's gotten much quieter.
Okay.
Good.
Voices
Things are
at
calming
least.
down.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
2019.
That was the quickest airport report we've had.
I can see that we're losing the board, so we have
I have
put the
child pickup.
discretionary fund information. This is a decision we can make at the next.
Next week, but we're missing, John, we're
2019.
missing what we've already given the 2019 on this list.
So you have $9,750 left. You've only given $250.
Okay.
You've only used $250.
And then, okay.
I don't have that
Doesn't
for
matter.
2000.
I think it was a memorial fund.
I think it was Memorial Fund.
And
too,
then
yeah.
we usually get some input from Nan as well if she sees a particular need. So maybe you could touch base with her.
Okay.
And we'll check in again on that. Let's continue this on the next.
And
yeah.
So this is
I'll be
additional
done.
money that can be allocated for this year?
Got it.
If you want to, you don't have to. It's discretionary. We budget about 10,000 discretionary funds for the board every year.
We don't, it
Sometimes
doesn't
used
roll over,
for
so we don't.
unexpected.
Yeah.
And it doesn't roll over to next year, so we like to spend it
Sure.
on good
It
causes.
has been the practice of the board to.
Yeah. I already got some ideas.
So tomorrow, 1
Bag of
o'clock,
ideas.
this room for our executive emergency management training, please.
Yes.
It's only 2 hours and it saves lives. Our own, maybe.
Okay.
tomorrow. I
Thank
gotta
you
go.
all. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
And we're out, grassroots. Oh, one more.
One
Steve,
more.
Don't go yet.
Got an email about the 2 representatives for the MSO region, and they want each county to give 2 names. They did a clarifying email just today.
From who?
They want each county to.
No, but from who? Who's sending it to us?
This is from CDHS, Christopher Miller.
I don't.
Garfield County named 2 people. They want each county in our region to name 2 people who could be on this committee about the MSO, the MSOs.
MSO's meeting, define that.
um,
What does that mean, John, do you know?
Something service
Yeah,
area.
I'm gonna have to do some research.
Yeah, I
on
don't know who to appoint if I
It's
don't know
not,
what
it's
I'm,
nonprofit ones who provide some services or something.
I don't know.
Is it
Let's see,
necessary?
I don't know if you got
Everybody's
this.
I
gone.
don't think I'm not seeing
Let me
it.
forward this to you.
Grassroots,
and
we're good.
Greg, I'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.
Okay, thanks.
It still doesn't say.
Thank you. Good job keeping us up.